for the band this morning. A big hand for the band. Lovely music. I personally love the saxophone, and actually that's my saxophone instructor. I decided to start learning saxophone. Good morning. Good morning. Okay, I can see you're chewing, so the good morning is not coming out. How are you doing today? Oh my goodness, you all look very beautiful. You all look fantastic. I am so glad to be in a room full of powerful people. And by powerful, I mean the women. Very powerful. Men, don't argue, you are outnumbered. Okay, very, very welcome to the annual Strathmore Global Institute Zambia SME Conference and Expo 2024. And we thank God for that. So before we move on, I would kindly ask, I know we are all eating, but I would kindly ask us to stand up for the national anthem. Is that okay? Okay, let's do that.
We shall praise God this morning through singing. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
The Bible says it's a good thing to give thanks to the Lord. Amen?
I come before you today, and there's just one thing that I want to say. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord, for all you've given to me, for all the blessings that I cannot see. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. With a grateful heart, with a song of praise, with an outstretched arm, I will bless your name. Thank you, Lord. I just want to thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. sickness and gave me your light. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. You took my sin and my shame. You took my sickness and healed all my pain. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. With a grateful heart, with a song of praise, with an outstretched arm, I will bless your name and thank you, Lord. I just want to thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. I just want to thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. Oh, thank you, Lord. I just want to thank you, Lord. I just want to thank you, Lord. Oh, thank you, Lord. I just want to thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. Oh, we thank you. Oh, we thank you, Lord.
In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, have a blessed day.
Amen. Thank you so much, Sister Celestine. Yes, you may kindly take your seats, please. For a moment there, Sister took me to church. I forgot I was at a conference. But thank you so much for that, Sister. And we thank God for this day. We thank God for Zambia turning 60 tomorrow. So we have a lot to be thankful for. And so for that, we say, thank you, Lord. A very good morning once again. It's going to be a good day, as I said, and we are going to go quickly this morning. I think we are on time, but a little bit behind. So we're going to see what we can do. Mr. Sonny Zulu, the Chief Executive Officer, Standard Chartered Bank, Zambia. Sonny Zulu, sorry. I think it says sorry here. All right. Sister Elizabeth Mulea, Secretary General, Zambia Association of Sisterhoods, ZAS. Dr. Elizabeth Gachenga, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic and Students Affairs, Strathmore University. Dr. Angela Ndunge, Principal Investigator, Sisters Blended Value Projects, Strathmore University Business School. Dr. Nancy Njiraini, Academic and Research Lead, Sisters Blended Value Project, Strathmore University. Dr. William Murithi, Lecturer and Consultant, Strathmore University Business School. Moderators, panelists, invited guests, and ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning once again. A big hand for this beautiful, beautiful organized event. Shall we give the organizers a big hand? Thank you so much. And straight away, as I said, we're going to go straight into the welcoming remarks. And for these, I'm going to call Sally Chiwama, who is the SBVP liaison person right here in Zambia. Sally, a big hand for Sally. And as Sally is coming, I've just realized I've not introduced myself. I'm your moderator or your MC for the day. And my name is Lombe Machlika, and I'm glad to be here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. Once again, my name is Sally. I'm the liaison for SBVP program for Strathmore. I like to call myself the foot soldier for Strathmore, yeah. So I just want to say thank you to everyone. Allow me to ride on all the protocols that have been said by the MC. I may not remember them by heart, but I want to ride on those protocols. So you are all welcome, and thank you so much for coming. I see different kinds of people in this room, and that is what we are looking for. I like to say that when you empower a woman, you empower the nation. Is that right, ladies and gentlemen? Yes. When you educate a woman, you educate a child, you educate the nation. So thank you so much for everyone who is in this room. I just want to say that this conference is called because we want to create networks. We want to create linkages. I have seen some young people from the siders there. So, you know, they never know. I don't think they ever knew that they would meet Mr. Sani Zulu in the same room, or be seated in the same room with Mr. Sani Zulu, or even meet the Deputy Vice Chancellor from Strathmore Business School. So thank you so much for the opportunity to everyone. Let us network, especially this conference is called especially for the women. See how we can develop the country. As women, we always say we empower each other, we learn from one another, and grow from there. So this conference is called to network, to make linkages, to, you know, make friends and see how we can help each other in developing ourselves, developing our business, and thereby developing the nation of Zambia. So thank you so much for everyone who is here. And thank you, and let's have a good day. Let's have a good day, ladies and gentlemen, isn't it? Yes, we are all here to learn. We are all here to make linkages and make friends, but also let's have fun even as we are learning from one another. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sally. Another big hand for Sally. Yeah, so Sally says we need to just have a great time. Okay, I like the fun part of it, so you can count on that. I love having fun, but we're going to learn from each other, and we're going to have such a powerful, powerful day today. And it's a women's thing going on today, and wherever women are, we like to just have a display of beautiful things. So as you can see at the back there, we have some exhibitions going on, and I'll be telling you more about those exhibitions as we go on. I think I've been asked to move the podium from here, where we're moving it to. Sally, oh sorry, where are we moving the podium to? I'm told we have to move it somewhere to right in front. Okay. Oh, right in front of the banner. Okay, so that. Okay, all right. Okay, now this increases the pressure. I was okay in that corner. Now everybody can see me. Oh my goodness. But I think we're going to make it through, isn't it? We got all the women, and the women are going to support me up here. Give me a hand, women, so I can... Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. All right, so just a little bit of emphasis on the theme. The theme of this conference is empowering women, building futures, the path to success for women-owned SMEs and social enterprises. That's a powerful theme, and I'm looking forward to learning more as we go on. All right, we're going to move on this morning, and right now we're going to have some remarks from the Zambia Association of Sisterhoods. And I'm going to call upon Sister Elizabeth Malaya, who happens to be the Secretary General of the Zambia Association of Sisterhoods. Sister Elizabeth, a big hand for her as she comes on. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Are we happy to be here? Especially the women, Today is our day. Allow me to recognize the following people. Mr. Sonny Zulu, the Chief Executive Officer for Standard Chartered Bank. Sister Claire Momba, the President for ZAS in absentia. Dr. Elizabeth, the Deputy Chancellor, Vice Chancellor for Strathmore University. Dr. Angela Ndunge, Principal Investigator. Sister Bridget, the Secretary General for Akweka. Dr. Nancy Njeraine, the Academic and Research Lead for Sisters Blended Value. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. Greetings to you all and welcome to this conference under the theme, Empowering Women, Building Futures, the Path to Success, Women-Owned SMEs. Allow me first to talk a little more about Zambia Association of Sisterhoods. This is an umbrella body for all the women religious here in Zambia, and it comprises of 47 congregations. So we are talking of having over 2,000 sisters across the country. So this day, sisters, is for you. May I simply start by saying this conference is being celebrated under a very good theme, because just the theme alone, it is already looking into the past, present, and the future. Seeing so many passionate individuals gathered here today to discuss such an important and timely topic, it is truly an honor. As we all know, women-owned small and medium-sized enterprises and social enterprises play a crucial role in driving economic growth and fostering social development. Yet women entrepreneurs continue to face unique challenges and barriers in their journey towards success. This conference provides an invaluable opportunity to explore the challenges, share best practices, and collectively work towards creating a more supportive and inclusive ecosystem for women entrepreneurs. Throughout this conference, we'll be privileged to hear from inspiring leaders, entrepreneurs, experts who will share their insights, experiences, and strategies for empowering women and building a brighter future for the women-owned business. I'm sure I've seen a lot of them here around the entrepreneurs. We will learn more from them. So saying so, I want also to acknowledge the unique challenges faced by women in business, such as access to loan. They don't know exactly the capital where the sisters, they can, the institution where they can go to access some of the funds. Today, the sisters have the opportunity to listen to experts so that they can learn on how best to manage their enterprises and network with others. May I also stress the importance of continuous learning and training for the growth and success of SMEs. This program has equipped sisters with the skills and knowledge needed to lead thriving businesses. Continue seeking opportunities to expand your knowledge and networks, as social enterprising is a continuous journey of learning. As we go about doing our social enterprises, let us be mindful of the importance of integrating sustainability into our business models, not only to ensure short, long growth, but also to contribute to the well-being of society and the communities where we are serving, especially us as sisters. I wish to thank Strathmore University that partnered with Akweka through Hilton Foundation. We are so grateful for the support available, especially for the sisters that graduated just yesterday. You really imparted knowledge into them on how they can manage their enterprises or ministries wherever they are. I am confident that the conversation and collaborations that will take place during this conference will not only enlighten us, but also pave the way for tangible actions and initiatives that will drive positive change in the realm of women-owned SMEs and social enterprises. So we are here to learn from one another. Once again, I extend my warmth welcome to every one of you. Let us embark on this journey together with a shared goal of empowering women and building futures that are filled with opportunities and success. Thank you very much and enjoy the day.
Thank you so much. Another big hand for Sister Elizabeth. Great encouragement there. Just a few points she brought out, which I think are very, very important. She said women play a very crucial role in actually women-led businesses. The SMEs play a crucial role in economic growth. And that this conference provides an opportunity, for us to learn, and especially that we have great minds in the room. And so let's open up our minds and learn as much as we can. This is a great opportunity. She also mentioned the challenges that women go through, like maybe access to loans and all that. And so we are hoping that today we will definitely learn something from some of the speakers that we have in the room. All right, moving on. I'm going to, at this point, call upon Sister Angela Nduge, who happens to be the principal investigator, Sisters Blended Value Project. And she from Strathmore University Business School, and she's going to give us some opening remarks. Actually, it's Dr. Angela Nduge. Oh my goodness. Dr. Angela Nduge. Am I forgiven? Okay, thank you. A big hand for Dr. Angela Nduge. I was at a convent school, so every time I see the sister comes back to me.
Not a problem. The sisters call me Sister Angela anyway, so it's okay. And pardon me, I have a bit of a cold, so if my voice sounds hoarse, I hope you can still hear me. So, of course, I'm just here to welcome you once more. A lot has been said about by the different people who have welcomed you, but maybe for especially the guests who have not interacted with Strathmore before, my duty here is just for you to get to know a little bit more about your host and what we are expecting to achieve from this conference. So, you have heard about Strathmore University. This is a university that is based in Nairobi. And you can tell I come from academia because I've not observed protocols. So before I go on, I stand on the protocols that were mentioned earlier. And therefore, I can now continue with what I was going to say. So, yes. Strathmore University is a university based in Nairobi, and it is a university with a unique mission because we are always seeking to serve society in the way that we train our students, and our students vary from what we call the undergraduates to the postgraduates to the executives and the business people like yourselves. One of our core As a part of our core mission is to develop entrepreneurial spirit in all our students. So you may wonder, you're not a student in Strathmore. As long as you've come to this conference, you're part of us now. So you may be a participant, but one of the key things that we always seek to impart on all those who come through our events, who come through our academic programs, or whatever it is that you do with us, is this spirit of entrepreneurship. And some of you may wonder, maybe I'm not here, I don't run my own business. But you can also be an intrapreneur, meaning that if you're employed or you're working for an organization not necessarily yours, you can also be an intrapreneur, a person who seeks to look for innovative ways to improve or to seek new opportunities within the organization that you are in. So how do we serve society is in that Africa, we always say, is not devoid of challenges. An entrepreneurial mind will look at these challenges and turn them into opportunities. And therefore, when we seek to have forums like this, as this conference, the idea is to share our experiences and also to share best practices in what opportunities you have identified, how have you gone about seizing some of these opportunities, and how can we continuously change these challenges into ways that benefit us. So the university is large. I think we have over 6,000 students. So I'm encouraging those who are interacting with us for the first time, please visit our website. In future, you may find yourself or your children or your relatives in Strathmore. And we offer many programs, law, engineering, but today you are hosted by Strathmore University Business School. So within the business school, I'll not give you all the many programs that we have, but you have seen we have a special group of people, sisters. And when we discuss the theme of today of women-owned business, it's rare we think about sisters as entrepreneurs. But we have had a journey with them of helping them to discover that they are actually entrepreneurs, what we call social entrepreneurs. So through that journey, the sisters, who are a special group of women, they dedicate their time to solving the most pressing societal issues through the solutions they offer. Some of you maybe have been through their schools, hospitals, maybe to their farms, but maybe you've never really asked them or thought to know, how do they run these businesses? How can I partner with them? How can we do business together? And also sisters maybe have not really thought about how can we go beyond our congregation, the people we know. So really coming together as women from all different walks of life today gives us an opportunity to support one another, to seek out, from our normal social circles and find like-minded individuals who you can either do business together or you can support one another. Support not sometimes can just be emotional support, because we know the journey of entrepreneurship, whether social entrepreneurship or if you are for profit, can also be challenging. So we hope through this conference you'll be able to find a new network, a network of support that you can do business with or get support from that person. Allow me to speak a little bit about the funder who has enabled this forum to be here, to take place. You've had Sister Elizabeth talk about Conrad Hilton Foundation. So behind this great project where we are working with the sisters here in Zambia is the generous funding from the Conrad Hilton Foundation. And in that program, the sisters blended value. One of the key aspects is just to create these platforms, and they have been behind these conferences. If you have been with us, I think this is our third conference in Zambia. So we are looking forward to seeing what the outcomes of this conference is. For everyone who has attended, please keep us informed. We hope we achieve our objective, which is to connect you to one another. But before I go off stage, and I know I'm going off the cuff, MC, maybe we can get a few people to comment on their expectations of today, so that even as our panelists are preparing to come and speak, they can also get an idea of some of the expectations of the people in the room. Otherwise, mine is to say welcome once more. We are here to serve you. We have clearly thought through the speakers, the different panelists, to see and ensure that they are able to answer to some of the questions some of you may have. I hear that sometimes entrepreneurs don't like to go to class for long sessions. They want to learn very quickly. I think this conference will be one such session. You may get a whole degree. Not sure if you'll graduate, Dr. Gashenga. I'm not trying to issue degrees, but I think it's a small package in one day that should be able to help you in your business. So thank you once more. And MC, please help me to get a feel of the room in knowing, maybe from a few of the tables, what the expectations are for today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Big hand for Dr. Angela Ndunge. And definitely, yes. I don't know if we have another cordless microphone. Could we have that so we could go around the room and get some expectations from you, our dear delegates, on how you think this day is going to be great to you. So could we have some hands going up? I think maybe from, oh wait, so many tables. Okay, we're going to get a few, all right. Starting from that table, yes, please. Just stand up, tell us your name quickly and your expectation.
Hi everybody, can you see me?
Hi.
My name is Angela. I'm here with my business partner as the founders of Year 2 Media. My expectations today is to hopefully go home with insights on prioritizing business activities as a startup. What should we focus on? What do we not focus our energy on? And hopefully meet some really cool and interesting people.
Awesome, that's great. Thank you so much, Angela. Can we have more? Another person? The next table, anybody there? Yes. Please stand up, tell us your name and your expectation.
Good morning. I
Morning.
think this is a day for us as Angelas. I'm also Angela.
Ah.
So Chilekwa is my sign name. So I'm a startup entrepreneur, specifically focusing in farming. So when I heard the sister giving the opening remarks, she mentioned something that was profound, where she said one of the key things that we're going to take here are the connections. And then my fellow, I'll use my local language, Mashina means my namesake. That is doc. So I was also clapping because I know now that I'll be a doctor. So she mentioned something to say about the sisters, because many of the times I think we don't know that sisters are also doing business. I think what we know mostly is that they just pray and all, but now I think we know that we've got entrepreneurs as sisters. So she mentioned something about connections and see how we can work together. So sisters, look at me very well. I'm a startup. All the connections, I need them. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. That's a good one. That's a good one. But I like what you've said, and I think that also caught my attention. As I mentioned earlier, I was at a convent school, and all I know is that the sisters taught me so well and threw me into society as a person who's ready to face society, and I hope I'm representing you well in society. Are you proud of me? Yes. Okay, so but now it's good to see the sisters coming out. So instead of just throwing me into society, they're going to walk with me. Isn't that amazing? Yeah, thank you. So we thank God for that, and indeed, that's a great step, sisters. God bless you for that. Okay, so I think let's... Somebody there. I was dreading to stay this side because there's so many. There's Angela there, another Angela there, and because we had Dr. Angela coming from, so I don't know whether it's my fault or doctor's fault. But anyway, please stand up, tell us your name and your expectation.
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name's Ajin Mushunga. I'm coming from Mongo, Western Province. and I'm very glad to be part of this event.
Yes, that deserves a hand, yes.
Yeah, I think like the doc was talking about entrepreneurs. As entrepreneurs, we are people that look at problems as an opportunity. And in Mongo, I'm adding value to climate resilient crops to increase food security in our country and our province. So we process millet, sorghum, and cassava. And on top of that, we are about to commission our charcoal briquettes production plant so that we can provide alternative source of energy for our ordinary Zambian. So I'm very excited to be part of this.
That deserves a big hand, yes.
Yeah, and sure, what I expect from here is to network and get connections, because I need clients to buy my products, and I need to export to Kenya. The other thing is just to learn how we can best support each other as women entrepreneurs. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. A big hand. I'm telling you, it's a room full of opportunities and great ideas, great businesses. All right, we're going to have two more expectations, and then we're going to move on. Where's oh my goodness, the microphone is right at the back. Please, tell us your name and your expectation.
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Victoria Gondwe, and it's such a privilege to be among the wonderful people here. So, one of my expectations at this event is simply gaining more knowledge about entrepreneurship and basically networking and building relationships with a lot of people here. Hope you'll be ready. I'll be getting my contacts from different kinds of people. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, definitely networking is one of them, so you can get as many contacts as you want. The last one, we have a hand here. Oh, okay. Yeah, kindly tell us your name and your expectation.
Thank you. My name's Angawa Piri. I'm from Dreams Kalingalinga. I'm glad to be here, and I'm excited to meet everyone here. And I really appreciate the sisters for what they've done. I'm a Catholic, like full Catholic. I never expected sisters to do what I have heard and seen. This is amazing. Like, thank you very much. I'm looking forward to meet and discuss whatever I feel or what that will come in my head just to get to know you people better and well. And I want to get into fashion, and I need somebody to really like help me get into that. So if there's anybody out here who is going to help me that, I'll be very grateful. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I know I said that was the last one. Maybe there was a hand here constantly up. Okay, so we'll get that last expectation there.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Sister Judith, Missionary Sisters of Our Lady of the Holy Rosary. I live in Chipapa. Chipapa is Kafue district. I'm a Nigerian missionary here in Zambia. When I heard of this conference and we are being invited as sisters, I was like, wow, what is it all about? Are we part of this? How are sisters going to be empowered? So I am here really to know how we are going to be empowered to be able to do the work we do, especially some of us who are in the rural areas, trying to develop the community where we are. We don't know who to go to. And especially some of us who are not really Zambians, we are missionaries here. So this is a great opportunity for us to know who we can connect with, who we can go to who we can partner with to help us as church in order to do the work God has sent us to do, especially in the rural area. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, sister. That's great. I think I would like to say thank you so much, Dr. Angela Ndunge, for actually, just allowing us to get those expectations. I think that we are on to a great, great meeting today. And so, moving on, may I just remind you once again, as those expectations have come through, that we are at the 3rd Annual Strathmore Global Institute Zambia SME Conference and Expo 2024. And so those expectations are definitely going to be met in this room. Okay, so at this point in time, I would call upon back to the podium Dr. Angela Nduge. And Dr. Angela Nduge will come and introduce our next speaker, Dr. Angela Nduge. A big hand once again.
Thank you. Of course, I'm here very honored and humbled to be introducing my boss. We said we are about women, right? Yes. So yesterday I was trying to explain to the sisters what the Deputy Vice Chancellor in the academic circles is. So for them, because I was sister before, I was calling her Mother Superior. But now for the part of the other people who may not maybe understand the hierarchy, there's usually a CEO and then there's number 2, right? In corporates. So within the university, we have a chancellor, or rather a vice chancellor, and now his deputy, who is representing our vice chancellor is here, and we are honored to have another lady come to speak with us. She's in charge of the largest docket within the university, which is the academic and student affairs. Her background is in law, and I'm sure as she's speaking, you will get a few snippets about what Strathmore has done for women, some of the initiatives, and of course, I'm sure she'll give us a few ideas on what we can do as women. So, Dr. Gashenga, welcome.
Thank you very much, Angela, for that. I'm going to start with an obvious question. I'm sure you all came in through the door. And how's the weather out there? It's hot, right? Is the sun up? Very good. Now, Mr. Zulu, have done this on purpose so that we get the pronunciation of his name right. If you want to remember his name, think about the sun, right? So he is Mr. Sunny Zulu. So allow me to start. So allow me to start with that protocol. So Mr. Sunny Zulu, our chief guest this morning, Sister Elizabeth, who also happens to be my namesake, so not easy to forget that, who represents, as you heard, ZAS. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Here, it makes sense to start with ladies, right? Because there's more than 50% of the ladies. But gentlemen, don't feel excluded. Yeah, so allow me to say that as well. Yeah, so I see a couple of gentlemen out there. There are going to be insightful conversations for you too. Now, first and foremost, let me begin by asking you to receive the warm greetings of the management of Strathmore University. As Angela has told you, I'm actually standing here also representing our Vice Chancellor, whose name is Dr. Vincent Ogutu. I was telling the sisters yesterday that Monday was our public holiday in Kenya, and I sent him a quick message to remind him that I'm going to be away in case he starts looking for me. And he told me, yeah, go represent us there and, you know, send my warm greetings to all those participants at Zambia. So please receive his warm greetings. Allow me also to tell you that I am feeling very at home. I was telling Sister Elizabeth that, you know, there's something about Zambia that just makes Kenyans feel at home, right? Yesterday at Kalundu, they served us things and were asking, you know, what is typical of Zambia? Zambian food, yeah? And everything they pointed at was like Kenyan food, yeah? From the airport, really and truly, we felt very warmly welcomed. So it's my first time in Zambia, so I thought, let me begin by telling you that I'd like to thank you very much for welcoming us to Zambia. And I'm looking forward to eating fish. I've been told there's a place they'll send me there to eat fish so as to feel even more welcome to Zambia. So now allow me to make some comments. And a number of the things I was going to say have actually been anticipated by Sister Elizabeth. and also by some of the comments and also some of the expectations that have had the participants sharing with us. So something that is common to the whole of Africa is, and we recognize it, yeah, that there are certain barriers to empowerment of women in the entire continent, right? I think all of us appreciate that. And one of the things which Sister Elizabeth spoke about is actually, this is academic, so I'll tell you, that it's actually confirmed by reports that has been done by the World Bank. So even the World Bank recognizes that when they do their research, actually you find that most of the enterprises, the SMEs in Africa, are owned by women. Good news, right? But the bad news is that these enterprises tend to be less profitable than the enterprises that are run by men. Yeah? So basically indicating that there's still a lot that needs to be done. And this conference is one of the opportunities that we're going to have for purposes of thinking through and trying to see how can we scale up, how can we overcome the barriers that are making our small businesses less profitable. Now, I also did a bit of research to try and find what are these specific barriers that women in Zambia who are in these small enterprises face. And I actually thought to myself, this could easily be the same factors that women in Kenya face with respect to scaling up their businesses or even establishing some of the SMEs. So I'll quickly go through them and then also probably make a comment or two with respect to some of the things that we can do to respond to those. Yeah. So first and foremost is socio-cultural norms. Yeah. So we all know the traditional expectations with respect to the role of the woman in society. Yeah. So what do we expect of women? So of course, the greater responsibility for them should be home carers, and oftentimes this limits their energy or time in terms of taking part in the businesses that they may want to establish or carry forward. So about 60% of women entrepreneurs actually cite these familial obligations as a major barrier to starting and growing their business. Now, I don't think here we will be saying that women should not take on those traditional roles, because I'm a firm believer that we should hold on to the things that actually make us women, because that's actually a critical way in which we contribute to society. But I believe we can find ways of balancing all these responsibilities, yeah? So without shirking those responsibilities that, belong to the role of women, even from an anthropological perspective. So we don't shirk those responsibilities, but let us seek and find innovative ways of making sure that even as we achieve those, we still actually overcome how these can become barriers for us to contribute to society with respect to the businesses and the social enterprises that we run through our SMEs. Another is access to finance. Yeah? Again, Sister alluded to this, that women often struggle to secure loans due first and foremost, of course, to high collateral requirements and discriminatory lending practices. This is for you, Mr. Zulu, representing that sector. Yeah? So, of course, many women do not own property, and usually banks require property oftentimes as the main collaterals for purposes of approving loans. Yeah? So, additionally, high interest rates can make borrowing very unaffordable to women. Yeah? So, these are some of the things that hold back women in terms of acquiring or accessing that capital that can lead them to scale up. Now, having put you on the spot, Mr. Sani, I'd like to tell you that actually I'm a customer of Standard Chartered Bank back in Kenya. And let me give them some credit. I often get newsletters, and maybe because of the fact that I am a woman, inviting me to attend, various webinars, etc., that actually to speak to some of the challenges and share the opportunities that women can take advantage of to access some of those funding opportunities that exist. So here, I'm also calling upon us, all the women entrepreneurs who are sitting here. I had a lot of expectations, including some of those with respect to networking, and I believe some of the things you'll be trying to do is to reach out to Mr. Zulu and, picking his card and trying to see how can I access the capital. So I'm also encouraging you to seek out the opportunities that are out there for purposes of seeing what are the kind of things that I could be doing, what kind of initiative is required of me as a young woman entrepreneur. I'm happy to see majority of those who've spoken, the Angelas, the Jane, the Victoria. Many of you are quite young, yeah? So what are the kind of initiatives that you can seek out there to make sure that you overcome this particular barrier? Limited business skills. So oftentimes, a lack of training in essential business management skills hampers women's ability to effectively run their enterprises. So financial service providers also often lack knowledge about the unique needs of women-led SMEs, which further complicates their capacity to give support to these women. Context is critical. Yeah? So oftentimes when you attend some of these trainings, I don't know about you, but sometimes you attend the trainings and you think, oh, all nice and good, but doesn't really speak to the unique challenges that I as a woman face in terms of trying to run my little business. So remember that Angela has told you that one of the critical elements of Strathmore's vision is to actually become an entrepreneurial university. Yeah? And one of the things we've learned is even as we partner with all these big universities abroad, we talk about wanting to be the Silicon Valley of sub-Saharan Africa, we realize that, you can't copy-paste those strategies and hope that somehow they're going to work and contribute to the capacity of women, yeah? So context is critical. So a challenge to those of us who are in the training aspect is to try as much as possible to take into account context so as to make sure that we're responding to those unique needs of women. And I think, listening, yesterday I had the benefit of listening to the projects of the sisters just before they graduated, and I could see that even just from their presentations, you could tell these are not the normal presentations that we get from, our, potential graduates of other SME programs. Sisters face very contextual challenges. So as we train, we have to take into account those, because if we don't, then they will still not be able to overcome the barriers. So what am I telling those of us who are sitting here with high expectations? Challenge the panelists. Yeah? Challenge the panelists, push back, give feedback to those in industry, give feedback to some of the panelists who actually are trainers of, training with respect to SMEs, so that we make sure that the training in business skills that is availed to us, to you, actually speaks to your unique needs. Market access, another barrier, or can be barrier, potential barrier. So women entrepreneurs frequently face challenges in accessing markets due to competition and inadequate marketing strategies. So many report difficulties in attracting customers, which can lead to reduced sales and profitability. So I had somebody, I think it was Jane, speaking about the hope of actually exporting things to Kenya. Yeah? So I don't want to dash your hopes, but let me prepare you for the reality that, oftentimes accessing markets and breaking through markets can be a big challenge. Yeah? So take advantage of the networks that exist in this room. Take advantage of the future SME conferences that are organized by Strathmore University in collaboration with many of our partners here in Zambia to see how can I be better in terms of accessing markets. Yeah? So first and foremost, even what are these markets? Potential markets that can help me scale up my business. Regulatory barriers. Now, as you heard, I am a lawyer, yeah, and I confess that sometimes the law can become an obstacle rather than a facilitator. I see people nodding. I don't know, how many of you have tried to register a business? Excellent. Well, I hope you're not running businesses that are not registered. None of the sisters put up their hand. I'm a bit worried. Yeah? Oh, yes, thank you. I don't know what your experience has been. Maybe in Zambia things are different. But is it easy? Okay, some are saying yes. Is it easy? No, 50-50, yeah? So, these are some of the things that can be difficult, yeah? So sometimes to navigate the bureaucratic landscape can be daunting, yeah? Especially when you're starting out, yeah? So complex registration processes. I know most countries are trying to facilitate that, to have like a single online platform where you can actually be able to establish your company in a very short while. I think Zambia is probably also in the process of doing that, or maybe has already done it, yeah? You've done it. So excellent. So again, these are some of the things which, women are very good at getting things done, yeah? So if it's not yet happened completely, again, as women entrepreneurs, you can come together and lobby for purposes of ensuring that these systems of registration of businesses don't become a barrier in terms of getting into that space of SMEs, scaling up, and becoming bigger SMEs. Yeah, so the challenges are more or less the same across Africa, but you know, challenges have never stopped women, right? So let's see, how do we overcome the barriers? How do we take advantage of this conference to ensure that we get targeted interventions to support us to actually overcome these barriers and thrive? Yeah? So it's not just about overcoming and surviving, but actually thriving in the business environment. Angela told you about the Sisters Blended Value Program, a very specific intervention that Strathmore has had the opportunity to engage in for purposes of responding to very unique women, Catholic sisters. I've heard you speak about having gone to a Catholic school, and I'm sure a good number of you may have gone to Catholic schools run by sisters, and you know the great impact that these can have. I'm sure that some of you have gone to Catholic hospitals, and you know how vulnerable communities really depend on some of these hospitals. I know that some of you have actually probably eaten or, you know, been the consumers of agricultural products that come from these Catholic sisters, entrepreneurs, right? So Strathmore saw a great opportunity, thanks to Conrad Hilton Foundation, to work with these sisters to help them go through a training course that is uniquely tailored to them, to help give them very specific skills, to help them come up with project concepts of things that they're going to do to scale up their businesses for purposes of helping them to become better social entrepreneurs. Yeah? So that's a Sisters Blended Value Program. I'm happy to say that the people who are sitting around you graduated yesterday. Yeah? So give them a hand, right? And honestly, listening to their projects, I know when I was there, I was telling them, you know, this is missing, that is missing. But the truth of the matter is, it's just that we were raising the bar. It really was truly impressive to hear some of the ideas that they have for purposes of scaling up their projects. Yeah. So I encourage you, in the panels, there are sisters who will be taking part. I'm seeing too many tables that have only sisters, too many tables that have only youngsters, women entrepreneurs. Look, I encourage you to mix and mingle, because there's a lot that you can learn from each other. So I'm not going to compel you. Maybe the MC at some point or the moderator is going to find a way of mixing you up, yeah? So part of the networking is sit together, find out what they're doing. Sisters, also find out what are these young people doing? What does it mean for them to be in media? How can they help you by being in media? Remember yesterday you were talking about channels of marketing. There you have people who can actually help you to market some of the products that you're intending to go into. How do you push? I like that, yeah? How do you push them? How do you get your value proposition out there? Some of these guys will actually help you to develop your value propositions. And then for those of you who want to network, yeah? Remember what we were saying, Catholic sisters hold some of the schools that they run are the schools that actually have trained a good number of your top people in business, top people in the industry. So those connections you're looking for, you'd be surprised that these sisters actually have them in terms of their alumni, yeah? So be innovative. Take advantage of this conference to see how you can actually become better and how you can thrive in the in this space of the business environment. So I know Angela said I was going to say something about the other programs that Strathmore University runs. Again, I'm not going to jump into that. The website is very good. It tells you about them. But just for you to know, we have certain programs for women that are women to develop leadership, yeah? So women at a leadership level. So again, I encourage those of you who are here, who are looking to scale up their businesses, to go into the website and see what are some of these leadership programs and how can I take advantage of them. For the gentlemen who are here, again, I said don't feel left out, yeah? So check out the website because it also has programs, leadership programs that I think you can benefit from. And then of course, to those of you here who are in industry, take advantage of these programs also to see how can you empower women in the businesses that you're running so that they can help you scale up. Because usually they're not afraid of heavy lifting. And normally they're the ones who are into the details. So empowering them is actually going to take your business to another level. So as I end up, I'd like to say, really and truly looking forward to the insightful presentations and discussions. I think the presenters who are coming next, the panelists, you've had the expectations of the audience, and I'm sure you can deliver. So ladies and gentlemen, not gentlemen, wishing you all the best as we move forward in the conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Elizabeth Gachenga. Another big hand for Dr. Elizabeth. I think gave us a lot of things to think about. One of the things I'd like to highlight again is when she talked about the barriers that we face as we do business, how to overcome. She talked about a number of barriers and how to overcome them. And one of the things she said is, in as far as overcoming some of these barriers, is seeking initiatives. I think I like that very much, seeking out initiatives out there to help us overcome some of the barriers. Somebody once said in Zambia we're experiencing the load shedding and all that. That could be an opportunity for somebody to come up with a business, So I think that's one of the things that we need to do, just go seek out there all the initiatives. All right, so we're going to move on, and in as far as moving from the tables or mixing up, we're going to do that, I think, when we get to the panel session. I think when the panelists come up, and then we're going to move the tables. All right, so at this point in time, ladies and gentlemen, as you heard earlier, I did not pronounce the name of our guest speaker well, so I've been, what's the word? I want to be nice to myself. I have been, okay, for lack of a better word, okay. I've been fired for a bit, just suspended or something. So I will not do what I'm supposed to do. So I will call upon back to the stage Dr. Angela Ndunge to come and introduce our guest speaker this morning. Can we just give the doctor a big hand?
She's not been suspended, she's been supported, and Dr. Gachenga has helped me as well not to make the same mistake. So can we all repeat? It's not Sonny, but Sunny, right? Awesome. So as Dr. Gachenga was speaking, I know she can't remember all the big initiatives in Strathmore, but it just dawned on me. We have a Stanchart Women in Tech, which is a program that is in Strathmore. So I just add that because obviously now our next guest, who I have the honor of introducing, Mr. Sunny Zulu, is the Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director of Standard Chartered Bank here in Zambia. I've read his profile. It is very impressive, but I will focus on what is relevant for this today. It says he's an entrepreneur and a joint owner of Air Mafuta Aviation Services. I believe there's a lot to learn from him, from the aspect of his entrepreneurial journey, but as well as his corporate journey. And I'm also pleased to say he has been here before, so he's slowly becoming Strathmore family in Zambia. And maybe I'll also I've seen an opportunity for Strathmore Women in Tech Zambia as well, as I was seated there. So it's something for you to consider. And of course, the part that stood out for me last time when we met was his passion for family. And it follows in his profile as well, where he talks about being married, and he has 3 sons, Joshua, Josiah, and Joel. So JJJ. And that gives you another glimpse of the man he is. So Mr. Sonny Zulu, welcome once more. And it's a pleasure to have you here as our keynote speaker. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doc, and a very, very good morning to everyone. Dr. Elizabeth, thank you so much for that wonderful, wonderful delivery, and also just for everything that is happening here. It is a real pleasure for me to be in this place, and I'd say all the protocols observed, writing those protocols, but I've also made some interesting observations, and maybe let's just try to take stock of this and see where we are. How many Angelas do we have in this place? Just lift up your... Oh, the Angelas. Oh, look at the Angelas. All right. Okay. And how many Elizabeths do we have in this place? Oh, fantastic. I've also come with an Elizabeth, so that is my business planning manager. And my last check, how many people have names that starts with a J? So many J's. Oh, fantastic. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. I want to start with a story. And this story goes way back, about 1700 BC. In the Middle East, there was a famine, and that was a huge famine. And in this famine, somehow people were warned through a dream that there was going to be a famine, there was going to be a drought. And in one of the countries in the Middle East, that was Egypt, the king called for someone to interpret the dream. And a young man called Joseph was found. Not only did he interpret the dream, but he also provided solutions. Because he went to the king and told the king, now let Pharaoh identify a wise and discerning man and put him in charge. And after all of that was put in place, you know what happened? There was famine everywhere else. There was hunger everywhere else. But there was food in Egypt. What was the difference? The difference was there was somebody who was wise and discerning that was put in charge. And there was also other things that where the officers were appointed and food was put in stock. And they managed through that famine. Today, many times we find ourselves in similar situation like 1700 BC. The only difference now is we do not have so many dreamers. Now we have technology, we have science. And we know before a drought comes. And the meteorologist would tell us this is how the pattern of the weather will be. Where is the Joseph? So we know the dream has been interpreted. The facts have been given to us. But where is that wise and discerning man that looks at the situation, that moves in and begins to put things in place such that even if there is hunger everywhere else, there's going to be food in Zambia. Even when there's hunger everywhere else, there's going to be food in Egypt. Having the information alone is not enough. But it is knowing what to do. And that is where entrepreneurship comes in. And many times, a lot of us, we confuse being a businessman or being a businesswoman with entrepreneurship. The two are not the same. An entrepreneur may actually start many businesses that they will never run. You see the challenge, you see the opportunity, you set up the business, and maybe you're not the one to run that business. You sell it off. But you have provided a solution. So an entrepreneur mind is a mind that is looking for solutions. It's a mind that sees the situation and says, we can do something about this. I may not have the capacity to run with it. I'll establish it and then I'll pass it on. Some entrepreneurs, you can continue to run with that business. But you also have businessmen and businesswomen. Others establish that business and they continue to run it as a businessman or a businesswoman. Some of the businessmen, they'll go and buy a business. Others, they'll go and take over. Others may even be able to run someone else's a business. I'm encouraging all of us, as we are looking at all of these barriers, and Doc did a very good job going through the barriers. There will always be those barriers. But those barriers, they also provide opportunities for entrepreneurs. Whichever direction you look at it, from whatever angle you see the barrier from, think about the solution that you can be able to provide. I have a few slides, and some of these, as I'm going through, you will notice that some of the stuff has been talked about, but I'll provide that from a different angle. So, I'll be talking about breaking barriers, driving growth, and of course, women leading the SME revolution. We look at breaking barriers. I'll talk a little bit about the barriers to add to what Dr. Elizabeth shared with us. If we look at the barriers, especially for women, we have to balance responsibilities much more than the men. Because culturally, women are expected to do certain things in their house. They're supposed to look after the home, after the husband, who is also a baby. They're supposed to look after other babies. They're supposed to feed everybody. They're supposed to... And there's so much expectation. Now, I'm trying to find the right word so that I do not find myself in the midst of academicians telling me, no. So let me find a better way of saying it. We have to redefine balance. Because for a lot of people, balance means a little bit here and a little bit this side, and you keep it in balance. If it becomes too heavy this side, you take out, you put this side, and then it's balanced. I always say, if you try to work balance in that way, it's boring. You are mediocre everywhere. Let me try to demonstrate to you. So I'll use my pen here. If I have this pen and I'm trying to balance this pen in whatever way, so the pen has balanced. If there's a little bit more weight this side, it's not, so I'm going to move it again to balance it. If it goes this way, and that's what a lot of people try to do when they try to balance things. I am too much in the business. No, too much. Now come this way. You are mediocre in your business. You are mediocre at home. You are mediocre with family. You are mediocre with everything. And in fact, for those that can remember, I don't know. Okay, let me talk to the men that are in this place, because the women, I'm not so sure whether you played on the seesaw. For the men in this place, you remember that when we were young, would go and put, a log or a plank, you go and take a barrel and you play on a seesaw, right? Here you put and up, down, and sometimes you come back with an idea like, let's try to balance, both of us in the air. So you move a little bit and you move a little bit, you will achieve that balance. But after you have balance, what do? You're looking at each other. It's boring. You can't stay like that forever. After that, you go back again, up, down, up, down. That is where the thrill is. So my advice is for women, as you're trying to balance all these responsibilities, there are times when you have to put in 150% in something. There are times when you have to go all the way in your business. There are times when you have to delegate the home. There are times when you have to take the risks. And I can see some businessmen and women in here. I can see some entrepreneurs in here. And I know I have followed them. I've seen their work ethics and their culture. For them to be successful, there are times when you have to work up to 0-1. That is how, if you really want to get to the top, if you just want to do it like a hobby, yeah, you can do it like a hobby. You start at 8, you finish at 5, and that's it. But if you really want to be successful, you have to redefine your balance of responsibilities. And for women, that is never easy. But when you have it in your mind, then you begin to work in that way. Next, obviously, these cultural norms and expectations that are there are times, and now this is not easy, there are times when it is all right to break some rules. Because there's a certain expectation, and that begins to be our mindset, to say, as a woman, this is what is expected. But who said that? And then that continues, and you find that certain things begin to hold us back because of society's expectation, and sometimes then you find that the cultures are actually very, very different. So you have to come to a level where you say, I am going to break out. I am going to be a trailblazer. Now, it's never easy to be a trailblazer. Never. We have seen so many things have changed. But guess what? There's somebody who paid the price for that to change. Oh, let me give you an example. I have grown up in the church almost all my life. In the 80s, I was there. Now, some of you will remember, there was a time when women could not wear trousers to church. You remember? There was a time when women could not have, in those days we had wet look and PEM. When a woman has got wet look or PEM, they even had songs. If you am chalo. You understand? But that was that time. But somebody had to break the rule. And somebody had to go through that. And slowly it begins to be accepted. If there was nobody who did that, it was never ever going to be accepted. So these cultures that hold us back, these norms that hold us back, there comes a time when you say, you know what, I know who I am. I know that I'm paving the way. I am going to be a trailblazer. I am going to move. My family may not understand me, but I am paying the price for my children. And you keep on moving. Let's move. Now, these gender biases, they do exist, and they are real. They are so, so real. And we experience them all the time. And many times they're unconscious biases. We don't even think about it. There are some businesses that people will not expect you to do just because you're a woman. That's it. There's no any other reason. Just because you're a woman, they don't expect you to do that. My advice is, in as much as we are all working so hard to bridge this gap, my advice is, as this is getting into the transformation and transition, use it for your advantage. Because when people are looking at you as a woman and they are saying that, you know what, she's an underdog, she can't do this, this cannot happen, it's a great opportunity for you to be able to demonstrate what you have, a great opportunity for you to break that barrier. For me, I love being in the minority, and I've had opportunities as a black African to work outside the country. I've been in the boardrooms in the US, in the UK, in the UAE, in Asia, and I love it. When I'm there and they're looking at me like, what does this African know? I'm like, okay, good. Because when the expectations are low, it is time for you to outperform and outshine. Because you have it. When you are lifting up your hand and they don't even know what you're going to say, and all of a sudden you begin to speak, everybody's heads begins to turn. Do you know David and Goliath? If Israel had another giant who went to approach Goliath, giant to giant, there's not going to be real victory there. They're going to say, this is also a giant and a giant. But to see one that they said, this one is an underdog, this one is weak, this one is small, that victory shook the entire war. The war ended. So when there is least or low expectations, it is a great opportunity for you to outshine. Just go there and perform. Sometimes, I know women, sometimes you have this challenge, right? Especially for those that, if you're a single woman here, where do you tick? You check, Mr. I am not, Mr. Doctor, Prof, no, Mrs. Many times. Even documentation somehow gets in a place where segregates us. This is about skills and development. Now, the skills and development is not only about class. It is also about how we are developing ourselves in practice, because class helps us. But you know what? There's a lot of things that we learn outside of class, and that is why, for me, I like gatherings like this one. These, what we are sharing here, many times do not find them in the syllabus. We learn by applying ourselves. And as women, let us be open and encouraging even other young women to start a business. Even when they are young, let them start. Do you know the men, most of the times, they learn whilst they are still young? Because as a young man, you go and sell this one, you go and buy this, you go and run around and everything else and so on. There are very few ladies that actually start whilst they're still students. I'm going to run with this, I'm going to sell this and everything else. Now, there is academic knowledge. There's also practical knowledge that we learn from experience. If you haven't started yesterday, start now. And we learn through the process. In business, I'm an entrepreneur. And I have done so many different businesses. My hands have been bent so many times. And there are certain businesses that have lost money. That is the life of an entrepreneur. You win some, you lose some, you're learning. I call all of those school fees. So just run with that. Run with that. Run with that. Networking. Networking, for many women, again, it is a huge barrier. For many reasons. It's much more easy for men to socialize, to go to where things are happening and everything else. For women, it's very difficult. Now, we are living in a world that is already imbalanced. Most of the people that are decision makers today, as we speak, and we are working hard to change that, they are men. Most of them. Whether it is ministers, most of them are men. Most of the CEOs by number, it's men. Most of the people in the executives, it's men. In the boards, most of them, and those people, many of them, they've got the answers. They have got the, now it is very, and for the men it's easy, right? Like, you know what, I'm going to have a, coffee. Yeah, let's have some drinks. Let's have this. For women, it's not easy. And it's not easy because for many reasons, even society itself. If my good sister Monica here says, Sonny, can we have coffee? I need first to explain to my wife, like, oh, I'm going for coffee with Monica. You understand that? It's not easy for you as a woman to go to those decision makers there and say, oh, can we have drinks? Can we do this? Because society itself is asking and questioning. So you stay in your own corner whilst the men are playing golf, they're interacting, they're sharing business deals, they are going on a trip, they're doing that. So this is something that we have to solve, and I'll talk about that. I'll move a bit quicker. Let's talk about the elephant in the room. Because we can't go without talking about access to finance. We have to talk about it, isn't it? Oh, the big elephant. Let's talk about it. Now, again, you'll be surprised on my approach to this. There are a lot of times that people use access to finance as the reason why they cannot start a business. Here is my advice. Learn it from me, first of all, as a banker, but learn it from me as well as somebody who is a business person, who is an entrepreneur. Let me state facts. These are facts. You may not like them, I may not like them, we may not all like them, but they are facts. Financial institutions, especially banks, have close to zero appetite for financing a startup. It's a fact. I know you'll be sad, you'll be unhappy, no, but they will not. Banks, they don't finance ideas. You don't come in with an idea and say, oh, I've got this idea, I'm going to do this, and this is what will happen, and that, and that, and that. What have you done? Nothing, but I've got this idea. How much do you need? I need $150,000. They will not finance you. And it's for reasons. It's not for bad reasons, for good reasons. I can tell you, banks' hands have been burned so many times. Why? Because the success rate of startups is very low. This is again by data. Some surveys will say that less than 10%, others have even said less than 5% of startups succeed. Now, can you imagine if banks were giving out money to all the startups, there will be no bank, all the banks will be closed. You understand that? So it is not just that they don't want to give. No, they have learned through the process. So what does that mean then for you as an entrepreneur? You have to start the journey. Start with what you have in your hands. Start running. When the banks see that this is a business that we can believe, then they'll begin to finance you. When they see you running, then they will be able to come in. And how do you start? You might say, you know what, I don't have anything. I don't believe you don't have anything. I have my own nephews and nieces that would come in. Uncle Sani, can you help me with so much? I want to start this business. How much do you need? I need a 5,000 kwacha and so on. The other day, not too long, this has happened so many times. A 5,000 kwacha, the young man who came had a phone like this one, and I won't tell you how much it costs. But if they sold this, they would have so many 5,000 kwachas. So my point is, if you really believe in this business, please go and sell this. Start the business. And then when it begins to grow, then I asked the young man, I said, why don't you sell that phone and then start this business? You can actually go and buy like a little one just for communication. Uncle Sani, what about if I lose the money? But you wanted to get my money to lose. You're not confident with your own money. So here's my advice. Please, access to finance, yes. But let us not use an excuse to start. Let's start the journey. And the financing will be able. In fact, it gives you more peace when you know. My advice is always, you're starting a business, you should be prepared that you can lose that money as you're starting, but you should not go with the intention to lose. You're going in with an intention to win. I'm going to move a little bit quicker. So on the access to finance, there are a lot of things that we should be able to solve. Some of them are still challenges today because you find that even documentation. I don't believe that women do not have property. Women do. But you know what? Culture again. There are a lot of times. I can tell you, again, as a senior banker, I have seen it. We have got young ladies in the bank that we have given cars, nice cars, 4x4s, very expensive. Guess who's driving them? It is the boyfriends and the husbands. Sometimes the young lady is stuck because the car that they have earned themselves, somebody else is driving it. There are women who have got property. On those title deeds, their name is not there. And somebody's, is in charge. They are signing everything and so on. A lot of women, Doc, we know about wills. A lot of women do not have wills. They're leaving it for the man to do the will. But what about when things happen? Who said the woman should not have a will? Who said? So it is time for women to rise up, take up their positions, question some of these things, and let this begin to happen. Many times we struggle with documentation. Even an address, many times we don't have, depending on a marriage certificate to confirm where you're staying and so on. So that has to change. If you look at this is challenges faced by women in business. This is coming from the World Bank directly. And I love that. Look, there are so many other issues. I know access to finance is one of them. It is there, but it's actually not even the biggest issue. Doc spoke about some of this data. It's a good starting point. We have made a lot of progress, especially in Africa. So congratulations to us. Compared to many other regions, in Africa, we have got more women into entrepreneurship. It's a good place to be in. As I'm closing, I'm just going to give a few quick thoughts. Number one, you have to change perspective. I spoke about this. It starts with us. Please Please do not look at yourself as, you know what, I'm a woman, self-pity, self-this. You are a business person. Don't go in there with all these, starting with all the negatives of why it cannot happen. You know what? I can tell you the truth. When we are doing any underwriting in the bank, this one I am telling you, when the application comes in, never do we go and ask, is it a woman who is applying? Is it a man? No, we just look at the facts. Even the business itself, we just look at the facts. But if those facts are not helpful, you don't have a credit history, you don't have this, you don't have that, it becomes a challenge. So the starting point is, let's just put all the acts together and we move in there with a lot of confidence and we go in and compete. It's also very important for us to take advantage of the targeted policies. We have a lot of targeted policies for women today. A lot. Take advantage of those. But ensure you produce quality. Because people can give you some discounts on, this and so on, but they'll not forgive you for producing mediocre product. And we need to move away from a place where we are asking people to buy our products to support us. You haven't heard that. It happens a lot. Where, please support me by, no, you're not a beggar. You understand? Let people buy your product because it's quality. Not because, no, this is a woman business, let's support this woman business and everything else. No. Don't put yourself in that category. Let your product speak for itself. If they're going to be 7 and yours is there, people will go for it. I told you I grew up in church. It happens a lot in church. No, I'm a member of the church. Let's support people in. Listen, if I am buying fish from you only because you're a member of your church, but your fish is poor quality, it is charity. It's a donation. But get to a product where people are actually looking for you and say, when is that fish coming? Because it's high quality. Oh, by the way, that is one of the cars we have produced here. I don't know who's going to buy it, by the way. Embracing technology is critical. Women. This Women in Tech program that we do, we have seen it transforming lives. Embrace technology. Don't just leave it for the men. Get there. I always say, I don't know. Some people are I use ChatGPT almost every day. Not for cheating exams. For finding solutions. It's a tool. Use it as a tool and know how it works. It's only one tool. There are so many other tools. Learn from others. Take advantage. Women, naturally, we ask. Men are so bad at this. Men, we don't ask directions. Even when we are lost, we keep on moving. And when I'm with my wife says, let's stop and ask this one. I'm just moving. I'm just driving. But women, you've got a natural advantage that you are able to ask. So use that. Go to those who have gone ahead of you. Go and ask. Go and learn. Go and learn. Doesn't matter whether you're learning from a male or a female and so on. Just go and learn and learn. Having finished this, I want to end with a scripture. 1 Corinthians 13 verse 4. It talks about love. I'm encouraging you to love what you do. And when you love what you do, you're going to apply the love principles. What is the definition, description of love? Love is patient. Some businesses take time to grow. You have to be patient. Don't rush, don't lose. Even when you make an investment, don't make quick decisions. Don't try to win in one day. No. There's a lot of hard work. Be patient. Love is kind. Love does not boast. Love does not envy. When you apply these principles in your business, you're not going to envy somebody else's business. It is his path, it is his journey, it is her journey, it's her path. Run with your race. Just apply love. Always hopes. So you're always positive, always trust. Love celebrates in the truth. Stand on the truth. Because in this business and everything, there's so many things that are happening. Just keep on pushing, keep on pushing. I can go through all the different characteristics of love. But as you go through each one of them in your business, look at that. Love is not easily angered. Yeah? Don't be too easily angry. No. There will be reasons for you to be angry. But don't be easily provoked. Keep on running and keep on going. On that love note, happy independence, Zambia. Happy independence to you. And all the very best in your business. Thank you.
So much. Hello. Thank you so much. Another big hand for Mr. Sani Zulu. And at this point, I would like to invite Dr. Elizabeth and Dr. Angela to come up. We have a little something for our guest speaker this morning, who I'll also invite back to the podium. I've been reinstated, so I'm being supported, so I'll invite you back. There you go. So I'll hand it over to Dr. Elizabeth and Dr. Angela. We have a little something for you there. A big hand. Beautiful. A big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. You've given us so much this morning, and I hope that that token of appreciation will just help you remember that you've blessed our lives today. And once again, I don't know about you, but that was a very, very good presentation from our keynote speaker this morning. Another big hand. Thank you so much. Are you having a great time? Are we learning a lot so far? Okay, we have more coming. And I think right now we're going to move on to the next session. And for this one, I am going to ask Dr. William Muruti to come up and lead us in the next session. Is Dr. Muruti here? Okay, there he comes. Another big hand.
Thank you so much for that wonderful introduction. Allow me to break some protocols and rules of the game, because I've learned quite a lot. At the university, I teach entrepreneurship, and I think if Dr. Gashanga allows me, I can give a certificate for everyone for learning that class. Right? So, first thing first, to credit to all the Angelas in the house, and the angels, I am going to give a free consultation for 30 minutes for the Angelas on startups. Is that good? All right. We'll talk a bit about that in honor of Dr. Angela, Sister Angela, as we know it by now. And also, allow me, Sunny, to also say you've given a wonderful class on Entrepreneurship 101. Okay? So the biggest lessons I've picked, I was a student today. The best time to start is yesterday. When is the next best time to start? Now. All right? So there is a fashion designer at the back. Someone who said they want to know how to get to a fashion designer or become a fashion designer. Let's have a chat. I'll introduce you to the sisters doing design work there, and you'll pick up from there. You'll be selling the design work. Right? We start now. In entrepreneurship, there is a cost we have to pay. Let's be prepared to pay that cost. You know, we think entrepreneurship or entrepreneurs sleep. All of us do an 8 to 5, go back home, and sleep for 8 hours. How many hours do entrepreneurship sleep? Entrepreneurs sleep? How many hours? 3 hours? How many hours? We must be prepared to pay the cost. Just as Jesus did pay the cost for us, for our sins, we must be prepared to pay the cost. Money is not the problem. That was a fantastic one. Money is not the problem. ideas attract money. So if you think you're missing money, actually, you don't have a good idea that attracts money. So think first about the good idea. Then, investors do not invest in people who have not failed. I can guarantee you that. I will not give you my money to fail with my money. You must fail first with your money. Then come to me and say, I have failed 4 times. I can help you to rise up and learn. Failure is the best teacher. How many of us have ever learned from success? How many of you have ever learned well and better from failure? You see, failure is the best. Don't be afraid of failing. Failing is part of being successful. Entrepreneurship is not a trial and error. So if you think you're coming here to try, sorry, you will not succeed. Because now we are teaching entrepreneurship as a career. All right? So please pursue it diligently and confidently. And if you treat it as a side hustle, guess what? It will also treat you as a side hustle. So that's why you don't succeed, because you're doing it as a side hustle. With those few remarks, I would want to welcome the team that we are doing a panel. But before that, I think men, I say this, I was in a Nairobi conference with 600 participants, and I can tell you, we were less than 50 men in that room. So, let's show the present, because where there is men, where there is men, where there is men, where there is men, okay, can the men stand up? Please, just to honor this day. This is the only conference for women that men are invited. Can you imagine that? Brilliant. Let's clap for them. Right? And the other thing, when I say men, you say, hey, men, hey, men, hey, men, men. Yeah, so we are present to support you. It doesn't matter how few we are, but we're here to support you. Right? So I wear a hat of MC as well. Sorry, I was just stealing a show for the MC. I'm here for hire. I was only paid for moderation, but I'm here for hire. Let's invite. Of mentorship. So if you're looking for a mentor, he has mentored so many women in business. Let's clap for Patrick Shatamuka. We also have Sister Strida. So we're not just talking about that technology. We're talking about innovation as being just a new idea, a new addition. a new thought, a new way of doing things, a new way of thinking, right? And a new way to challenge just what we know. Right, so to start off our conversation today, I'll start with this question, and allow me. Okay, I'll start with this question to our panelists for today in regards to what we're talking about, innovations. And I want to ask two very able entrepreneurs. One is an able manufacturer. Just briefly, as you answer this question, just say what you do so that we can put that into context. Dr. Monica, I'll start with this and then I'll come to Sister Banda. What unique challenges do women entrepreneurs face in driving innovation within their business, and how? Tell us about the challenges, and then how have you been able to overcome?
Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much. I'm now Dr. Monica. Thank you. I don't actually have a PhD, so I'm very... There are 5 you're a very good baker. And the issue is that I find a lot of people myself as a big business, a bigger business, and they say that, how do you then transition to the next thing? How do we grow? How do we take advantages of some of the opportunities that are in front of us and actually take them into the businesses? Because sometimes we get comfortable thinking that this is what we do and that's the only thing that we do. So I can speak Java in particular. We're best known for an instant noodle brand, Easy. And without a doubt, every month someone says, so what's your next product? And it's one of my biggest fears because I now need to find the next best thing to add on. So innovation sometimes is one of our key difficulties about thinking about the next big idea, about rolling it out as well as we did in the beginning stages, and about financing it. How do we make it big? How do I pivot the business? How do I change strategy? How do I hire other skill to grow this other business? So I think some of the challenges around that, it's really about sometimes challenging yourselves as a founder to learn, to fail as well, because it might not happen right away. But I feel that it has been one of the things that hold us back. To answer your second question, how we as Java, and me in particular, have tried to address innovation is really to support ourselves through sessions like this. We go out a lot. We partner with people who can support us in thinking differently. We like to learn from others. We put ourselves in spaces where we might not be the expert. So learning a lot about digital today. How does digital help us in getting you the product? cheaper, more efficiently. It's something we didn't know about, but now we're asking questions a lot more. We're a part of associations which allow us to interact. We're also asking the questions around how can we play? Are they bigger players? What's the taxes? What is required from us? So those are some of the things we're trying to do, but we're putting ourselves out there much more, interacting, and trying to gather much more information. Today, actually, we don't have an excuse around information because we live in a digital age. So you can go to school online, you can join forums online, webinars, take an hour of your time to learn how to make a new good, get a consultant online, but it's really actually challenging yourself to ask those questions.
All right, good. Let's hear from Sister Banda.
I'm audible? Yeah, okay. Thank you. I think for me, one of the biggest challenges that we face as women in business, and specifically as religious women, is access to capital, especially for startups. I know Mr. Sani talked about money not being an issue, and yet for us moving from what people view us to be, they think we have money and we have access to capital. So when you write a business plan, your roadmap of where you want to go as a religious congregation, they'll tell you that in this proposal, in this business plan, we do not see the poor. As a bank, our focus is to help the less vulnerable, the less privileged. I'm going to tell them our mission, the way we exist as sisters, is to support the needy, the vulnerable. So when we are sustainable, when we manage these social entities, to the vulnerable, the less privileged. So I think one of the challenges has been people viewing us in that line that we have access to capital because we already have existing schools. And someone said, how do sisters run these schools? People think that we are already established, but you find that most of the schools that we run, the hospitals, they do not pay us back enough for us to sustain our social ministries. So we are looking at avenues, how do we actually start making money that sustains ourselves as sisters, but also sustains the mission, because we'll not be able to service the poor if we are not sustained as ourselves as sisters. So it's changing the picture that people have of us as sisters as having, because when you look at the schools that we run, the service that we provide, we maybe run most of these on voluntary basis, charity, as Mr. Sani put it, and most of our schools are grant-aided. And so we do not get enough of what we need to sustain ourselves. So it's moving from what is culturally or traditionally known for us as sisters, the norms. And I think another challenge is when you lack a business plan. As an entrepreneur and as sisters, as we venture into social enterprise, we need to set a roadmap for ourselves. Even for other entrepreneurs who are sitting here, you can have a big dream, but you need to lay it down for yourself. First of all, you need to look at what is the market that you're looking at. Because we can dream, but maybe there's no market. You look at your competitors. It's a competing world, even for us as sisters, but we are for the task. So we are changing the vision that we have. From my congregation, we've been known to educate the girl child. Over 700,000 girls have been educated in the last 100 years of our existence. And now we are saying, how can we meet the needs of a boy child to be able to compete in the same way as those girls we have trained and educated in the past 100 years. And so we are saying we are going to provide the same type of quality education for the boy child, and responding to technology, we want to develop an ultra-modern boys secondary school. It's a huge, huge investment, but we are ready. I know when we go and tell people that we are building an ultra-modern facility for $10 million US, they'll be, oh, that's huge. But we are not going backwards. We are moving forward. I know we've been asked how are you going to raise these monies that you're talking about. And I'm glad to mention to you that we have started fundraising through networking. We are working with parents, people of goodwill, alumni. And just last month, I think we received from our collaborating partners abroad, they gave us 1 million quarter as a way to contribute to our efforts. And I think as a startup, you need to believe in your dream, that this is going to work. It doesn't matter whether it takes 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, but you need to believe in your dream because you are the visionary and you are the one who's going to drive everybody to believe in what you're doing. And so this is, I think, one of the things that we are really passionate about.
All right, great. Let's give just a clap to appreciate what they're doing as sisters and how far they've come with those stories. Just to bring you in, Patrick, just briefly, you've supported a lot of women, and from where you sit, where do you think are some of the challenges generally, and maybe a few, 1 or 2 or 3, and how have you helped them navigate those challenges?
Thank you very much. Like I was introduced, my name is Patrick Chakamuka, working with Women's Entrepreneurship Access Center, dealing with women almost every day. The challenge has always been, sometimes it's a mindset of not wanting to learn, not to capture new things. And one of the things we have done as WEA to help the women is to introduce digital programs that is helping them. For instance, right now we are running a program called Innovation Factory. The Innovation Factory is specifically equipping women with digital skills on how to reach their market as quickly as possible and to be efficient in their production, as well as the biggest challenge, which is record keeping. How can they take advantage of the apps, the tools that are online? So that is what we are doing as we are.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. So the next question I'm going to ask to the panel is also reflect on, maybe you can start with you, Sister Monica. Sister Monica, Dr. Monica again. Maybe Sister Banda. To share your, maybe you share examples where you try to innovate or use technology or any sort of innovation. It doesn't have to be directly related to technology, where you see this has transformed the way you do business, the way you operate as systems.
One of the most innovative thing we've done as sisters is to change our marketing strategy. I think we believe that people always call us because of the services that we've provided, being in health and in education mostly. But now it started in the agriculture services production, and sisters are moving into avenues where they do value addition and already bringing the products to where the market is. So we were struggling with the market, and we say, oh, we are going to find people to buy this. So we bring them to the school, we bring them to the hospital, and I think our market started growing like that, where people are making orders, they're sitting in the comfort of your chair, and they make orders. Sisters, I need 5,000 kgs of pork, could you provide that? I'll come and pick it up. And so it's looking at what is the market that is there for us. And I think we've tried many ways to address that. And I think one of the innovations that has come up now is to see how do we respond to the challenges of electricity now. And most sisters are putting up solar panels as a way to continue our business. Because if you're doing agriculture, you know that you need to freeze some products and you need to continue selling those products that you have. So sisters have started innovations like that, where they set up solar panels that respond to their needs. And I think I addressed that already when I spoke about an ultra-modern facility for boys. We are just not provide as usual, but we are looking at how do we, the young boy, the young child, to be able to respond to the emerging technologies already at secondary school level.
All right, thank you. Monica, you want to give it a go?
Thanks. I think we've realized that a lot of our customer base uses social media quite a lot, and we have a very limited marketing budget because we have a lot of costs when we do manufacturing, and we really quickly realized that a lot of our consumers are on their phone a lot of times, and we decided then to use the digital platform to speak to our consumers, to tell them when customers had discounts or where to find the product. It was much cheaper, much more effective and much more targeted by using social media now, because we were sure that people in Zambia at one point would see the advert, because you get the data back. You get, particularly on things like Facebook or Instagram, you can actually tweak it so it says people in Lusaka from the age of 15 to 50, and it gives you a report at the end of the day. So we were then able to see actually 1,000 people saw this advert. So even if we paid $10, we actually got value. So before 10 years ago, we all used to run out and say, oh, I wish I could afford a billboard. But now you have a walking billboard in everybody's hands, and we're using this tool not only to market products, but to also get information. So we also get a lot of feedback using social media about, oh, I can't find your product in this part of the country, or I have a complaint about the product, or can you do this flavor? So we're also getting it for consumer feedback, helping us do better about what we do. And before it was much more difficult to actually get consumer feedback. And remember, because we're in a service business, you have to provide customers what they want and what they're willing to pay for. So that information is very helpful to inform us how we run our business. So we are really grateful to use things like social media tools, to use them to get data. The third thing we've also used very much is e-commerce. It's very new and it's growing. I'm sure everybody here at one time has ordered food using Yango, right? I mean, who would have thought you could buy Nando's or KFC by merely on your phone and dialing and getting that? But now we're seeing platforms come up where you could do your grocery shopping or other shopping online. Very common around the world. It's called e-commerce. It's coming to Zambia because now we're seeing payment platforms. We're seeing companies such as myself wanting to put products on there. And all of us, or many of us, are too busy. Just don't have the time to go to a supermarket. But if you could use your phone to order and pay and get it delivered to your home when you want it, it actually helps not only yourself, but it helps customers such as myself. And so I think those sorts of innovations, still quite new, still gaining. I think it's gained very well in takeaways and fast food, and now we would love to see it much more in sort of groceries and retail. I think that's going to come. I'm sure a lot of you have used Alipay or Alibaba, or you've used Amazon. That is going to come here very, very soon. So you'll see, you'll be able to buy a dress, a hair product. But what are you doing about it as a business? Are you selling online? You don't need a store or a business, a building anymore. It's just the digital. And I think those are some of the things we're doing.
Okay, great. Just to bring you in, Chanda, from the finance side. Monica said there's a lot of innovations, Alipay, all this in terms of what is happening around businesses. Are there some that you've spotted, maybe from the banking side, innovations that are trying to bring inclusivity when I talk about financial inclusion for women?
All right, so thank you very much. So first things first, disclaimer. I am not Chanda.
Okay.
So I bring her apologies because she had to go into a very quick emergency meeting. I do support her. I am in her team. So my name, for the purposes of this panel, is Kembe Kialusanza, and I head corporate communications at Zanaco. That also includes running the CSR side and sustainability programs the bank has, in addition to the communication and all of it. So that being said, I'm not Chanda, just in case anyone is taking pictures like, oh, Chanda na change. For Kenyan colleagues, Chanda na Chanda has changed a little bit. So no, we do get it often that we are mistaken for each other. I think we do look quite similar, but I'm Kembe. That is out of the way, so great. I mean, I think firstly, what I want to say is, as a communicator, I was smiling when I heard Monica talk about the way they had to innovate around communication. It is critical and extremely important for us to understand and have data to then make informed decisions, right? Sunny referred to some information around, the challenges, and I think we also had Dr. Elizabeth referring to it. And that's something Zanako is addressing. Being probably the biggest bank in the country, with the widest spread, we get to see a lot of these SMEs and startups approaching the bank in terms of how we can finance them or support them. And the fact is that there isn't, for a startup or a small or micro or small enterprise, to have access to affordable finance, right? And I think probably when we say that now, say how do we start, one thing that Zanako is aware of is having time to measure all of this and say, how can we then play our part to ensure that we are able to finance these enterprises or come in for them to grow and to have scale. I'm looking around the room, and firstly, I would never have anticipated that I would be thinking myself, I need to walk over to that table over there because those sisters need to be part of our Lumen banking proposition. You know what I mean? So our Lumen banking proposition is so diverse and so dynamic and extremely inclusive, because what we've done is we do offer actually collateral-free loans to women businesses, right? And with very flexible payments, affordable interest rates of up to 18 months to pay back, right? And I don't think it's something a lot of people know about, right? They probably bank with Zanako already, but what can we actually practically do, right? And sometimes you don't need $1 million kwacha to start up. It might just be that you need 50,000 kwacha or $10,000 or whatnot. But that's one of the ways in which we're playing in this space to ensure that we are able to finance these SMEs and these startups. We also know, I think one of the things that I smiled at when I sat in here is people having expectations at the end of today as to what they want to achieve or what they want to take away. And that's important. What that means is there is the continuous need to learn and to build capacity to find information. And under the Zealand banking proposition, that is what we do. We do give access to markets, access to information through partnerships. Patrick here is actually one of our partners under this program. We have worked with WEAC, we have worked with WeFi, around trying to just get these and to build the capacity, right? So it may not always be laid out on the table, but I think one of the things Monica literally alluded to is, she said, we didn't sit back, we go out to find out, right? So our role as a bank, one is yes, to be able to provide the financing, but to also be able to provide a platform where we can have the capacity being built. Now, in the event that there is no collateral as well, right, in terms of financing, another thing that we do is we do use cash flow as a form of collateral for these businesses. We know, right, one of the things that we have seen as well as a bank is, yeah, there's the structure around having your business running, the regulation around it, and that's great. But what about the business that can't come up and say, can I apply for a loan? Let's just be fair with that. So quite recently, under our partnership with BII, we do have access to funds that we can then use specifically in around green projects, right? So what we did is come up with an innovation challenge, and we do have a lot of these running in the country. Our dear ladies know that. I know about Standard Chartered, but we recently ran the Zanako Green Innovation Challenge, and that one, it was addressing obviously very current, very real issues, but we attached a very substantial price to it, with the top price coming to about $28,000, which was actually won by a woman, a very young woman actually. So whilst we can't provide financing to everybody, we have tried to say, how can we be inclusive? How can we tweak our products to address these issues that women may be facing in terms of access to finance, but how can we also build capacity through innovative programs like the Zanako Green Innovation Challenge, where they are addressing a real issue, but also able to build capacity and scale from the financing we can provide through programs such as those, including mentorship as well.
All right, good. Quite an extensive answer there. I have a question, but we'll hold this for a bit. I teach SME and relationship banking, and I wanted to understand the differences between financial lending based on the statements with also relationship lending, but I'll ask that question in a bit. Let me bring into the conversation Anne and probably Patrick as well. So from where you sit, Anne, we see what digital transformation is doing to businesses across board. I wanted you to just speak a little bit of why it is important for women businesses to think about transformation, and particularly digital transformation, and probably what are some of the steps that they can take to try and embrace some of the digital tools, as Patrick, as I alluded earlier, probably will give a bit more example.
Thank you so much. My name is Anne Bachaita, and I'm faculty with Strathmore and also an executive coach with Strathmore. Apparently, a lot has been said about how digital transformation is very important. So I'll spare you that, but just to emphasize that it's very important in this age to be knowledge seeker, a knowledge seeker. And knowledge is just there in the palm of our hands. You can get any knowledge you need, any topic. You can always find something about it, whatever you're looking for. And when you search for something, for knowledge, it will not ask you whether you are male or female. Since we are saying we want to encourage the women to get out there and look for the knowledge that they need to have. But I'm glad that these organizations, like Kiembe has said for Zanako, they are reaching out to the people to provide them with information of what they are having for women. That is good. But it's very important also for us to be people who seek out to get the knowledge. Now knowledge is so easy to get, really. If you have a smartphone, you can get the knowledge. So the way forward, I would encourage all the young and even the old women business owners is go out there, find out, come to webinars, come to events, so that you are able to learn about this. Another important thing you need to do is to keep your records well. Have your records, keep them in accessible data. You can use the tools which are available still so that you have good records. Without good records, nobody will be able to know what you do, and if they ask you for the figures, you hardly have anything. Have your figures, have your records ready so that when the opportunity arises, you are able to provide what is required to be given a grant or to be given a loan. Be ready in that area, being digitized, digitize your records, look out on social media, be active there, hear what's happening, attend events, and you'll be good to go in the digital world, which is our world today. We are getting better and better in the digital world. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much. And what COVID taught us is that we can all learn from. We can all learn from. We can all learn from home, from Zoom and Teams, right? So we better get out and learn. There's no excuse for not learning. Patrick.
Okay, thank you very much. I want to focus on an area which can make our women very, very competitive. One of the things we have seen is that when we produce our products sometimes are substandard, or they are not packaged in packages that are very attractive. By using the digital transformation, you can always, like I saw there's a lady from Mongo, how does she make a cashew nut be a global product? She has to look at what other digital machinery can I use to produce a package or packaging that is going to be very attractive. Learning is very important, but what is very important is to apply. I'll give an example of some of the women who've gone through our programs. These are women who started with maybe their products they are selling using Mbaola. You know Mbaola? They'll package and then, but after understanding that there are smaller and better equipment which they can achieve or which they can buy, today, when you get into ShopRite or you get into a superstore or any other, you are going to find their products are there and they are quite competitive. So from the digital transformation, we should also look at how do we make our products competitive. Because when you look at most of the products that are in the market, I'm a marketer. A package is a silent salesperson. How have you packaged your product using the digital transformation or the simplest equipment which has been digitalized? So that is something we are doing. And also when it comes to issues of communication, which Monica talked about, currently at WIAC we are running a program which is ECOM. We're working with ITC. The purpose is to help the women entrepreneurs to take their products seated at home to various markets. So in there, they are also learning on how to package, how to speak the language of a customer, how to speak of a language of somebody who is going to give them finances. So when we talk about digitalizing, when we are talking about digital transformation, we are not only talking about information, but we're also talking about how do you use these tools in order to be in the market and be in the market competitively. Thank you.
All right, great. So I would like to say this. I have only 2 questions to my panel, and then I'll come back to the audience for questions. So please prepare your questions, and we want to bring them as many as you can. Back to you, Kim. Really, I was thinking, where is Chanda in you? But I totally understand now. Back to that question. We've talked about barriers, and thank you so much to Dr. Elizabeth Gashenga for highlighting, and the speakers who have highlighted the barriers. One of them being financial access. I don't want to dwell on the barrier, but I would just want you to explain how we can navigate, right, across those barriers as women, giving reference to relationship banking, how important it is to build a relationship vis-a-vis, depending on your financial statements, with the bank to access some capital, some financing from the bank. So maybe you can tell us that, and then I'll come back to the rest of the panel for our summing up answers for the session.
Thank you for that question. So I think firstly, so I'm not an entrepreneur, at least not as big as I would want to be. Just kidding. But, you know, what I want to say is if we just took a quick ask from Monica here, any business has to run on a form of relationships, not only with the bank, but I think generally with any other stakeholders, right? And the effort you put into those type of relationships, whether it is a potential funder or perhaps even a mentor, right? It's really, really the same value you would be deriving from having a relationship with the bank. Just recently, we held an event in Kitwe where we were speaking. It was actually the lady testifying to say, I called my relationship manager and I told her this is what I needed and this is what I needed. If you don't have a relationship with the bank, if you don't begin to build your financial track record, your financial relationship with the bank, there really is no basis for the bank to connect with you. In fact, anyone to connect with you for that matter, right? If you don't put in those initial steps. Now, why is it important? A relationship manager is actually the closest you get to the bank. That is the bank. That is the person who understands you the most, right? And so the bank wants to carry, take the steps with your business, move along with you in your growth, right? That becomes critical because, one, they are not only a financer, but also a trusted advisor, a partner in your growth. And the only way you will get perhaps the best advice in terms of what type of financing, when to get the financing, how to apply the financing, and perhaps how you can stagger the payments back is when you have that relationship with the bank. Now, it may sound like you must have a relationship manager, yes, but as a start, have that relationship with the bank. Do you have a bank account as an SME, or you're operating still as Kembe, sole proprietor, right? Have you decided to say, my business will actually have its own relationship with the bank, and I'm going to try and mature that relationship? One of the best things that I've found, having recently moved to Zanako and being exposed to a different financial institution, is the willingness that a bank like Zanako actually has to want to see Zambian businesses thrive, actual Zambian businesses thrive. And so don't shun the bank, right? One of the things you should do is, as a Zambian business, there's so many opportunities for you, one, to begin to understand how does this financial system work, right? I may not be able to reap from it now, but if I want to access more finance in about a year or two, what do I need to be doing now to be doing that? And part of the relationship with the bank, like I mentioned, I talked about the Lumen banking. It may not be that we're giving you immediate funding at that point, right? But we're giving you access to information, access to mentorship, access to markets, to financial information and financial literacy as well. Just end of last year, we ran something we called the Zanako Trailblazers. It was not money we were giving there. We were just exposing women farmers, actually, to climate smart agriculture. We didn't have to fund them at that point, but are they ready to start accessing climate funding? And if they're not, how can the bank begin to do that? So that's what I mean in terms of building a relationship, not only on the finance side, but also providing access to information, access to capacity building, and also access to markets as well. Yeah. I hope that kind of addresses it.
All right, okay. Just to emphasize on that point, maybe I can bring in Monica. Tell us, how have you managed to grow your manufacturing business through relationship building, be it with customers and be it with financial institutions? How practically have you been able to do it as an entrepreneur?
Yes, thank you. I actually follow from your point, actually, and I think it really applies to all of us here. Just having a relationship with one customer who pays you every time on time can change your business. It means that you know reliably on Wednesday I get 10 kwacha, and then I can pay my workers, my rent, etc. And that changes everything. So sometimes when we talk about problems around financing, it's not always the bank who is first. It's really looking at your customers and making sure you have more than one, hopefully, that pays you on time, every time for your services and helps you run your business without always having to go back to the bank. So I think for us at Java, we felt very strongly about how we built our relationships. It's been a very long road. We've been around for 12 years. And it was very difficult at first when we started selling. I mean, it's been really a journey. First of all, we had to convince people that we were going to deliver. They had never seen us. You know, I think it's a very common story for all of us here. They look at you and think, well, will you be here tomorrow? So why should I give you this opportunity? And sometimes in the early years, it meant that we had to deliver even when it was not profitable for us to do so. So one customer orders one box, and we knew it was expensive, but I needed to stay on shelf. So made those sacrifices very early with the view of changing them. I don't advocate for you to do that throughout the business. You won't have a business to do that. But my point is that sometimes you have to do things to build a relationship with your customer, to build your relationship with your consumer. So we build the relationship through digital means now. We constantly have promotions. We're constantly talking to them. We're doing radio shows. People are seeing what we're doing in order to build relationships. And so you have loyalty from our customer. We have patronage from our main retailers who support us because we are a Zambian brand now, because we are a quality product, and we're answering what people want and need. Remember, people only buy a service or a product if they need it and if they're willing to pay for it at the price that you give them. So all those things we've had to develop. Sometimes we got it wrong. For instance, on pricing, you think this is how you calculate the price, and then you realize after you have sold 10 that it was the wrong price because you're not covering your cost, or it was too high and you're not selling. But that has actually happened across a period of time that you've learned how to price things. So it really is about, I think relationships remain very important, not only just on selling, but even on training. And it's my last point. We are now a fairly large business. We have over 100 employees in very many departments, from quality to warehousing to distribution, and everybody needs to be skilled in that particular phase. And we've had to partner with people to train, to make sure those young people coming from maybe university but not trained in distribution or not trained in tools are able to upskill to give us as a business what we need. So those are relationships, and we get it all the time now. It's a great time to be in business today. There's so much training going on. It's just you need to know what to ask for, what your business needs and wants.
All right, great. And what I can take from that, maybe to bring it home, we can build relationships over digital platforms, be it Instagram, be it Facebook. Don't ignore your customers in those platforms. Engage with them because you're building a relationship. And again, build relationship with your employees, right? So I always say, if you take care of your employees, they will take care of your customers. Then you have a business. Now, in the interest of time, as you grab some water, as we wait for the questions, I would like to take it to the audience and take a few questions for the panel. So if you have a question, let's have the first three. The first three. Three, okay, there, 1, 2, 3. We'll take those 3 questions, and then we'll see how it goes in the interest of time.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for the really amazing panel session. It was fascinating to hear all your opinions and thoughts on everything. So just to introduce myself again, my name is Angela, one of the many. And myself and my co-founder are creating, or have created, Yetu Media Library. Now, to provide context, that will bring me to my question. We are enabling and empowering Africans to tell their own stories and enhancing audiovisual storytelling by providing on-demand digital assets for Africans by Africans. That's pretty much our value proposition. Now, we've thought about all sorts of things, and we're trying our best to break into this market because there is no, as far as we are aware, an African brand that is doing anything similar. The only thing we found is Adobe stock, right? And that is a very, very large task. What we're trying to do is very large, but I think both of us won't forgive ourselves if we don't at least try. So my question to you is, what problems can you foresee for us that we maybe, in our greediness and our newness, have not thought about yet, other than the infrastructure problems are currently happening in Zambia? This is towards the entire panel, and I would really appreciate any insight whatsoever. Thank you.
All right, great. Thank you so much, Angela. We've got Patrick here. I believe we will give that answer to that question. The next question, so that we have the 3, and then we can take them together.
Good morning or afternoon to everyone. My name is Yunia, and I am the founder of Kubaza Market. We are a freelance marketplace for creatives. So our platform facilitates the buying and selling of artworks, hiring out creatives, and we provide legal and logistic services for our freelancers. So my question is to Mr. Patrick, and the one who is not Chanda, unfortunately, I did not hear your name, ma'am.
Kiembe? All right.
Kiembe, yes, please. I think I'm asking for everyone. I didn't hear the programs very well. The program Mr. Patrick is on. So what I came for is I am in need of advisors and mentorship, and I think that's Mr. Patrick's domain. So I would really love to know the exact places we're supposed to go, or the names, or should we approach you directly? How do we get into those programs? And if anyone, again, is looking to be an advisor, Unia from Kubaza Market is looking for advisors and mentors. Thank you.
Brilliant. We are marketing, we are finding solutions, we are getting mentors. We are here for that, networking and mentorship. There's one question down there. There's a hand that is up, and then we can take those to the panel.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Deborah Hilundu. So my question goes to Monica. You said handling business on social media. And my question is, how do you handle criticism on social media? You only talked about the good things that your customers talk about your products. You never mentioned about the bad things. And how do you handle them? And how do you handle competition on social media? And on social media, there's lots of competition. So how do you handle?
Right. One thing about social media is you get the criticism and customer feedback directly to your face, not to you, but to everyone else who is online. So how do you handle that? So let's probably start with the first question. Let me flip it up. Let's start with the last question, because I know the first one is that we're going to give a bit of advice, all of us. So Monica, how do you handle criticism on social media and the customer feedback that makes you go below your table or under your table?
Yeah, no, it's really important. We've actually had to figure out a policy on the first response, because our social media is handled. We've outsourced it to a third party to handle for us, and we've had to tell them, when you get negative feedback, this is the first step. And then you send it back to us, and we actually have to get in touch with that person to address, was the product bad? What are you unhappy about? And we understand it. We put it in buckets. If it's a bad product, can you send a picture? Because we know which date it was made. We trace our product. We can go down to the person who made it and on the day they made it. So we ask a lot of questions, but we also make it that we are interested in your feedback. Of course, I think there's a lot of people who have maybe not very constructive feedback. Some of that we don't answer, but things which concern product, reputation, market, we try very quickly. Immediately you get it today, by tomorrow you're responding to that person privately, you're trying to address it, things like that. So they know that we care for their feedback because we care for our brand. I think the second one on competition, what I love about social media, it's a great leveler, right? Because I'm now in a very competitive space, and if you count how many billboards there are in Lusaka, you will think that we don't exist. But yet we're the biggest brand, because definitely by pack size, by volume, and by revenue, we're still the biggest brand. But you get drowned out by seeing all the billboards. But on social media, because we have a plan, we sit with the company that advises us, we know what we're saying, we stay on, you have a plan. Today we're going to talk about nutrition. And for this week, that's what we talk about. And we are on point every day. Our customers will see us because it's that much more affordable, but we're consistent. So one thing I would say is be consistent. Of course, competition is good because it keeps you on your toes, keeps you innovating, but don't be afraid, because some people have a lot of money to spend on very bad marketing. But if you are smart about your small budget, consistent on your message, understand what your consumer is saying to you and target that message, even with the competition, you should do well.
All right, good. Thank you. Let's go to the next question, which is about the Patrick, do you want to give some suggestions?
Okay, yes. She was talking about digital storytelling, isn't it? When you look at today's world, everybody wants to see impact, whether they are coming from the private sector, the public sector, the donors. One of the things we have learned, or have learned at WIAC, is that we are not telling stories of what has happened. We are not giving the impact in real time. So don't think it's a problem. It is actually an opportunity for you to take advantage of how do we tell a story of the impact. Today, when an investor invests into an SMS, all they would want to see is what happened. And there is real time on data. And when you look at our Zambia market, data is not there. How many people are trained? What are they doing? Even currently, when you talk about the CDF, you realize that there are good stories that are going out, but nobody has come to tell a story. The challenge is with you. What do you need to do? You need to define your value proposition. Don't be all over. Define your value proposition. What is it I'm doing in the market? Understand who you are, and then identify the right people you'll be selling your product to. Many a times, like SMEs or the NGOs, we are always looking for funds, which we say fundraising and the like. There's a concept we came to learn. We stopped fundraising, we do fundraising. Who do I be friend with? So that at the end of the day, if there's ABCD, I'll be able to do that. So the best thing you need to do is, what is your value proposition? Who are you? How different are you from the rest who are telling stories? There are a lot of political stories going around. What about impact stories? Identify that niche, and then identify who will be able to pay for that story. Thank you.
All right, maybe yes, we can have Anne and then Monica to respond to the advice.
I'm really encouraged to see the young people who are creative. And I want to emphasize, as women, we are very creative people. It's just that we are not given a voice. And that business you are starting will give a voice of people's stories to be heard. You know, there's a saying that necessity is the mother of invention. Do you know why they say it's the mother of invention? They don't say necessity is the father of invention. It's because women, we are very innovative. If you just look back, think, how many things have you done creatively as a woman? Some of us, you've come up with a meal when there was nothing in the cupboard, but you got something and you prepared a meal. For the fashion designer, some people can come up with putting together pieces of cloth and they come up with something which is really fashionable and nice. It's because women, we have that instinct to be innovative. So even if you're the first one in the field, go for it. The challenges will be there, but look at creativity as your resilience power. When you're creative, nothing can stop you. You'll go ahead, you'll do what you have to do, and you'll thrive in your business. You'll overcome obstacles, you'll make it. I wish you all the best. Everybody else who's doing a business, a startup, as a woman, ride on that creative ability you have as a woman. Thank you.
Okay, great. Monica, you want to?
Yes, just on the storytelling. I was in the US a month ago, and it's becoming so real that people are buying products or anything when they know more about it, when they know the story behind it. Oh, you know, this lady created a cream because her son had very bad eczema, and she made it in the kitchen because the creams were too expensive, but she used X, Y, and Z, and she's made this winning product. That whole story, when it's sold, is much more appealing to me because I'm also passionate. I want the very best for my child. So you're actually on a great thing. I think what you have to do is really find out who you're selling the stories for. Are you speaking to businesses like me or the sisters here? Because I think maybe they also need to talk about, they've got such great impact stories, but are they telling them in such a way that they're attracting that customer or attracting that founder, but in a way which actually tells them the journey? Because we all buy into great stories about great products and services, and it's a great time. And the data is there that all of us actually buy a product because we've heard the story behind it. So I think it's a great business, actually.
All right, Kende, do you want to, your, I think, response to that, as well as I think Ena wanted to also get insights on where to go to if she wants training, capacity building, and help in terms of building the business that they've started.
Okay, so my name is Kimber. So I will start with you. I think through Zanako, I think what we try to do is give this access to our clients. So without sounding like I am a whole marketing / salesperson, but I'm in comms, so you have it, there you go. You need to come to the bank, come to Zanako. There is a vibrant women's banking team. I wish they were here. I think they would have been screaming with excitement to just be in this space to not only have the opportunity to speak to you about what Lumen banking is about, but also I find that when they come back from initiatives such as these ones, they add so much more value to the actual proposition that we have. So come to the bank. Interestingly though, around creatives, we actually did run a call for creatives as Zanaco. So like I said, we are a bank that believes in Zambians. And so we made a call to say, we would like, if you're a creative, we want to talk to you. Because actually, you know, banks the size of ours probably work with marketing agencies, but there is that familiarity that may come because you know the brand. But we also want that out of the box, crazy idea that will come from a young Zambian that's going to take our brand to the next level. So that's something we posted quite recently actually. So it is a possibility for you to explore. To Angela, so I think one of the things that I would think from a marketing or communications point of view for a business such as yours is who knows about it? All right? So who knows about it? Where are you talking about it? To whom are you talking about it to? And what value will it deliver? You know, so as a mom, I'll make reference to Monica because she's here. And I'm a consumer of these noodles. But my kids are super picky, believe it or not. I can't just buy chicken noodles. I also have to buy beef, and now there's a new demand for cheese. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge, Monica. Right? For cheese, because my daughter prefers cheese. So, you know, but think about that. This is just one household. I like chili. We're all eating these noodles, all right? But we're eating a different flavor. What are you providing in that dish of storytelling that is appealing to your customer? So who is it, right? So think about that. Who are you really trying to reach with your product? The other thing is how loud about it. Sorry, in the places where you want to be heard. If I asked you just now about the Zanaco jingle, about the Easy Noodles jingle, we literally sing it, right? The other day someone sent me a clip of them listening to the radio, but at the end they were singing the Zanaco jingle. The Easy Noodles jingle, we sing along to it each time. When she mentioned, oh, the bigger pack, the jingle came to mind. Is that what's happening? Product, where is it being mentioned? Where are you talking about it, and to whom are you talking about it to? The only way you're going to see or test all of this is, have you tried it with people? Have you gone and said, I'm going to see, because my mother goes on Facebook because she's following sermons. I go on Facebook because I need to make sure I get the news. That's the quickest place. My niece thinks Facebook is for old people. She's on Instagram. So where are you placing this product that you want, and to whom are you talking to, and how are you talking to them about it, so that they understand? Are you selling convenience? This day and age, it's super fast. Can I catch a story real quick on my phone? And is that what you're telling me your product is going to give me, right? Value, convenience, necessity, and are you answering a known problem? Yeah.
Great. Sister, I know you have very good advice for them. Just very quickly, as we wrap up the panel, I'll stand. Before I give you final, words to say. Sister, go ahead.
Okay, I think I will respond to Angela. When I listened to her, I was saying she already has the audience here, with people whose stories must be heard and the impact that they've had on society. And these are the sisters. We've worked for many, many years. We've had actually impact on people's lives, and people don't know about it. So speak to the sisters. They give you a platform. And I wanted to say that you need to streamline the audience. What type of stories do you want to tell? And who is actually listening and interested in those stories? Are you interested in telling about what the religious women have done in the past, or you want to tell stories around the impact women have on society? So streamline and have a sizable audience and the people you want to target,
and what type of stories you really want people to hear. But as others have said, we really want to see impact. Even when the donor gives you money, the next time you go there, they'll ask you what has been the impact. And that will be your market. Thank you.
All right. Brilliant. I want to say this, Angela, as well. How many of us are entrepreneurs here? Just raise up your hand. Angela, this is your audience. Can you get their names? Your calendar is full between now and December. Tell these stories and start with Monica. And then, in the interest of getting the money, talk to Kiembe. She will organize how you will travel around and do those stories. And also a partner in telling women's stories. You know access to do that. And also, Patrick is promising to give some free consultancies. At Strathmore, we serve the society. So, Patrick, how many are you going to give today? I'm just putting you on the spot. Okay, as many as they can have time. Okay.
Those who have time with me, I can always talk to them right when we are here, but they can also come to WIAC. And also we have other hubs within Zambia, within the market. We have our colleagues, Jacaranda, we have also Bongo Hive, we have Impact Hub. These are places where you want some mentoring you can find. Okay. But for now, you can come to WIAC. And if possible, those who would want to call me, I don't know if I can give my number.
Go ahead.
0977 487714. By the way, I'm also an emerging entrepreneur. I'm an entrepreneur. Avocado, at least I'm actually out there.
As farmer.
As a farmer.
Good.
Yes, I'm found a registered organization which is trying to come up like a model farm for smallholder farmers. Thank you. Did they get my number?
All right, good.
But right now we can chat. And one thing I need to ask you, what most of us entrepreneurs don't do, is you come with very clear questions. Be very, very specific. What is it that you want? It's very important so that you don't waste your time or another person's time. That is one thing we lack, most of us entrepreneurs. We are everywhere. Don't be everywhere. Be focused. Thank you.
All right, good. With that, I think I want just to give closing remarks. The MC is looking at me like here. So before we do the closing remarks, I think let me demonstrate something in terms of digital platforms and what they can do. Can we take out our phones? And I want you, as we give closing remarks, type something that you've learned today that you're going to take action on in your business, in your life, in your entrepreneurship journey, in your workplace. Dr. Angela said you might not be an entrepreneur, you can be an intrapreneur in your workplaces and do what entrepreneurs do, but within your comfort zone. So I don't know whether we have any hashtags, MC, or we can use, do you have any hashtags we can use? So we can tweet, those who are on TikTok, those who are on Facebook, those who are on Instagram. Yes, what are the hashtags? If you can have hashtags, we can put in.
Yeah, can we have the hashtags on the screen, yes, so that people can actually see them?
Hashtags, and I want you to write something as we do close marks. What have you learned today and what action are you going to take? That's your digital thumbprint, footprint that you'll come back to. So our hashtags are sustainable social enterprises, transforming social ministries, Zambia SME Conference 2024, Zambia Women-Owned SMEs, SBVP. You can also tag Hilton Foundation, Quaker, SBS Kenya, and more. All right? Let's make sure Nairobi Strathmore knows that we are here in Lusaka, in Zambia today. Right? So quickly do that. I want to give you 30 seconds. 30 seconds to sum up. So your last parting word and an exercise for the DJ. DJ, I want to surprise my panel. Kiembe, you came to the wrong panel today. So can we have a very nice song? I want us to dance and every one of us will join as we celebrate a fantastic panel. The sisters made me dance yesterday, so I can feel the pain. So today everyone has to dance. Right? Find us a very nice song. Right, quick. We start from Anne.
Okay, thank you so much. My parting shots are, when you inform women, you transform lives. Women, we know the necessity because we know that we, in our hands, we can innovate. Just as I said, necessity is the mother of invention. Go out there, women, and transform the lives of the society you're in because you were creatively created to do that. Thank you.
All right, good. Thank you so much, Sister Banda.
So for me, when you start a business, you're an entrepreneur, and people say this is not going to work, it's the 100th reason why it will work. So keep going, never give up.
Never give up. Keep going. Patrick.
Enjoy every problem you come across and find a solution, because that will be your business and that's what is going to give you money. And always little by little you get to where you are going. Thank you.
Brilliant. Enjoy the journey. All right? Kiembe?
Okay, so I don't have any of those interesting quotes, but what I do want to say is at the end of it all, I think one of the things you must have as an entrepreneur, just listening to your journeys and ones shared here, is belief, self-belief. And from us at Zanako, what we say to our female customers in the Zambia banking is believing, achieving together. So you believe first and you achieve and you do a whole lot more together. So that's my final word.
Believing, achieving together. And finally, Monica.
Yes, be willing to be flexible. It might not work the first time, you might have to change it, you might have to figure it out, but be willing to be flexible, but keep going.
All right, brilliant. Be flexible. The flexible you are, the better you stand a chance to success. So panel, please, can you give them a round of applause? Come. I said it's a task. We have our culture of giving presents. Before you get your present, please come. Monica, no going away. This song has to be danced. Right? And then, can you all stand up as we close this panel and appreciate the great work they've done? DJ, give us a song. Ray.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Yeah.
Oh,
Give us. Hey.
You
are not dancing. I need to see people dancing. Let's go. Daddy dance, please. Alright, yeah. Sister Kiembe is giving us time.
You're the one God sent to me. I got confirmation.
Yeah, go. Give us a time. Give us time. Okay, let's go. Okay.
You're the one God sent to me. I got confirmation. Heavenly confirmation. If you need funds, make a wire. Love you marathon, I no go tire. Any other man, he say liar. Ole, bona mutaya. And let me say soon, now find her. If I see you now, I don't retire. They are life, self, no they pay man bills.
Awesome, a big hand, ladies and gentlemen. What a great panel. They are not just a wealth of knowledge, but they also gifted dancers. Thank you so much, DJ. Okay. Okay, we're gonna play that again. Just hold your dances, hold your moves. Okay, so we would like to just show appreciation to our panel. We've got a little something for you. That will be actually presented by Dr. Nancy. Dr. Nancy, come over. We Okay, after that, okay, we can get the music. Okay, we have the music. Thank you for your wealth of knowledge, for being here and just taking time to come and share your experiences. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. The moderator also gets something. Thank you so much. Can we have a great photo? I think the photographer will help on how we can stand. Beautiful, beautiful, looking good. Lovely, thank you so much, thank you so much. Another big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, thank you. Thank you, Mr. DJ. Thank you so much. Wow. That was a great session, isn't it? Yeah, I wish we had more time. We'd stay here the whole day and learn so much. We're a little behind, well, not behind, but we are on time, a little behind somewhere there. So we're going to go straight into our next item on the program. But before we do that, as I said earlier on, that we have exhibition going on at the back. And if you go on at the back, you will find African print, where they're exhibiting there. They've got an exhibition table there. And two, it just says ground nuts. Okay, so those of you that love ground nuts, we have ground nuts there. And just the way it's written there, these must be special nuts, so you definitely have to go and see that. We also have black garlic, 100% garlic. We have food processors, water purifiers, we have hair care products. And I know women, we love that. We have jewelry, shoes, and hair pieces of all kinds. So just get there, go see all these things, nappies and pamper pants and hair shower caps and so much more. We also have, very interesting, as we are all trying to live healthy, so we have FitTech Health tools, okay, right over there. So you just go over there and see that. And lastly, but definitely not the least, Strathmore University also exhibiting there. You have various brochures and you learn more on some of the programs available in Strathmore. Okay, so those are some of the exhibition items that we have at the back. Okay, so we're gonna move on. Actually, are we going for tea? Yeah, I think let's just stretch a little bit. Grab a cup of tea quickly and come back, and then we're gonna get into the next session. Is that okay? All right. So let's just grab a quick cup of tea, and then we will have Kingsley Kalusha with the next session, and the panel. He'll introduce his panel, and so that will be in the session 2 of the panel session. Thank you. Okay, for tea, I think just like 5 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes, quickly, so we can come back to the table. Yeah. Thank you. All right. I think we have less than 5 seconds to get back. So I'm encouraging everybody, let's quickly get our teas and come back. We have to continue and go to the next station. So kindly, quickly come back. But also as you come back, let's focus on the video that is about to play. So let's focus on the screen. Can we have the video, please?
For the past 2 years, our theme of the year has been caring for people and planet. One of our favorite SDGs at Strathmore is SDG 7, providing affordable and clean energy. We do this by having solar panels all over the campus.
We know that about 650 million people in Africa have no access to electricity. This is almost half of the population. And these have dire consequences for the environment, for health, and for economics.
The number of mothers dying at childbirth in Africa is far too high. There are many things that can be done about it, but one of them is provision of reliable, stable electricity for hospitals.
We have trained over 5,000 technicians. We have saved $2 million in energy we would have paid for and used that money for scholarships. Now we're looking at the impact we can have on healthcare by going to hospitals, healthcare centers all over Africa and providing them with solar power.
We're looking forward to engaging with the universities in the Education Collaborative Network to scale this vision and this project across 5 countries in Africa and to reach over 1,000 health centers and hospitals with energy through the training of engineers and technicians.
We see each new day with promise and hope. We see the possibilities when others only see. We see each new day with promise and hope. We see the possibilities when others only see the obstacles. We don't judge the possibilities based on the circumstances. We know that the world needs a lot and it needs it from us. We know that we'll be defined by the chances we take, the people we meet, and the people we help. We believe the work we do matters. We know that everything we do today leads to a better tomorrow. We believe in our mission to serve society and shape the future. We are not afraid to face the unknown and conquer our fears. We know that without perseverance and commitment, nothing happens. We shake off the doubt and get back up when adversity hits. We don't fear failure because we know that is where all the lessons are. We don't give up and settle where we are. We go after it with all our strength and capacity. We show up and fight for it with all our tenacity. We know that tough times give rise to new opportunities. We are not most people. We are the leaders that break through barriers. We are the leaders that build the future. We are the leaders that make a difference. We are Strathmore University Business School. Join us.
Thank you so much for that video. We are going to quickly go into our next session. And at this point, I'm going to call upon Mr. Kingsley Kalusha, who is the head Southern Africa Impact Africa Consulting Limited. He is the moderator for the next panel session. A big hand for Mr. Kalusha, please. He's going to introduce his panel.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I know this is the hunger-tired hour, but I'm glad that you were given a little bit of time to move around and even do some bit of dancing. So as you sit and enjoy a little bit of a bite, please help me welcome to the podium my panelists for this particular session. I have the first one. She's an educator, Madame Veronica. As she comes, quickly, I have Sister Patricia Banda that will join us from the religious. The next one, may I have Muntanga Lindunda, Miss from the Zambia Manufacturers Association, and Mr. Mwewa Besa from the Zambia Institute of Marketing. I'll transition to the other side. Good afternoon once again. We have listened to the wonderful presentations, beginning with the welcoming speeches and highlighted challenges that women in enterprise face. We also heard of some of the solutions that have been provided or put forward. Just the previous panel talked about some of the things that need to be done. This panel will help look at the strategies of how to solve some of those challenges for women in enterprise. Just to kick it off, Madam Veronica, please, once you come on, introduce yourself and the institution that you represent, then we move on to the question. But quickly, how do we bring young women, here we're talking about girls and young women, and women in general, into taking over and establishing or owning and running their own enterprises? What strategies do we need to put in place so that we can help each other bring more women into owning enterprise, away from the 20%? Yes, we are doing well globally, but we can do better. We want to reach the levels that should always be in the lead.
Thank you for having invited me to be one of the panelists in this session. My names are Julo Mary Veronica. I am the Executive Director of Crested Crane Academy, where I am an entrepreneur, in the sense that I am a co-founder and the proprietor of Crested Crane Academy. For those who may be hearing about Crested Crane Academy for the first time, we are a private co-education day and boarding school, which runs from primary to secondary, and we are located within Lusaka. perhaps I should also add that I am a teacher and a lawyer by professions. The key question to be answered by me in this panel is that what strategies can we put in place to encourage and ready girls and young women to start on and run enterprises? It is a fact that women contribute, play an important role in the national economic development of any country. Women entrepreneurs are a powerful force in the business world today. This is despite the challenges they usually face starting up, running, and growing their businesses in an industry that is often male-dominated. There is a lot that can be done to raise girls and young women entrepreneurs so that they can rise to achieve their full potential. Some of the key strategies that can be harnessed to encourage our girls and young women to start on and run businesses include the following. Number one, stirring motivation and self-esteem, in brackets, confidence. This is very important because confidence is a weapon against cultural stereotypes. The girl child or young woman should be aided and encouraged to have so much self-esteem that no amount of these derogatory or disparaging, discriminatory remarks will water them down in their future quests to open up and or manage their businesses. At primary school, for example, this can be achieved by giving them role play and leadership roles. For example, encouraging them to take up roles such as prefects, role play in, for example, at assemblies, through making speeches, and also making speeches at school events. Being active in school extracurricular activities not only challenge their confidence levels, but it also ends up boosting their confidence levels at the same time. Activities such as debating, music, dance and drama, the choir and swimming, and other sporting activities do boost the confidence of young girls and women. A confident young girl or woman is very resilient and usually can venture into anything. We would also encourage motivational talks by inviting women entrepreneurs who have excelled in their areas and so that they come and share their stories with the students. This will make them appreciate and know that these things are achievable and possible. It is also important to embrace entrepreneurial skills training in schools. At primary school, for example, the Zambian curriculum emphasizes on entrepreneurship. One of the key areas of training required are that at primary school level, especially at upper primary school from grade 5 to 7, practical subjects such as arts and crafts, home economics, agricultural science, design and technology must be undertaken. It is a must. And so at that level, then our girls begin to learn, not only learn entrepreneurship, but also to hone in their confidence levels. At secondary school, for example, the vocational training path is emphasized. At the vocational training path, we also have subjects, practical subjects such as agricultural science, home economics, design and technology, art and design. And these are subjects that nurture entrepreneurial skills development. And so, at that level, the children get to know what it means to be an entrepreneur. For practical purposes, we normally have what we call a market day, where pupils and students bring forth their products that they have worked on, either at subject level or at a club level or at extracurricular activity level. Products such as handicrafts, such as beadworks, paintings, art pieces, doormats, crochet pieces, cakes, vegetables. Our boys and girls are actually getting into making tables and chairs. So normally on our market day, they come and display their products, their customers being fellow pupils, teachers and their parents and the rest of the school community. You should see the marketing and the negotiation skills displayed on that day. For us, that is just the beginning of nurturing entrepreneurial skills. Young girls can also be linked to successful role models so that they should know successful role models in the relevant areas of their interests, so that they should know that success is not straightforward. They should learn the stories of these women, that perhaps success is just about starting, failing, and starting again, and never giving up. And in that sense, we'll be making the young women know that entrepreneurship partly is about resilience and not giving up. Teach the young girls key skills and virtues which are key for business commencement and sustainability, such as the skill to have courage to take calculated risks, know the importance of resilience, perseverance, adaptability in business, the importance of networking, the importance of relationship management with clients, the importance of willing to learn through asking questions, learning, undertaking short relevant courses, attending seminars, workshops, and conferences such as this one. The importance of embracing a sense of innovation and creativity, and therefore be able to come up with unique business ideas. The importance of effective communication and negotiation skills. The importance of adapting to and embracing new technologies. Emerging young women entrepreneurs can also be helped to grow their businesses by promoting their businesses, by buying their products or creating platforms for them to sell their products. Support their businesses by investing in them. If you can, give them loans. Even just small amounts will go a way into helping them, let alone boosting their confidence in the fact that you believe in what they are starting up. I think those are some of the few strategies we can employ in helping our young girls and young girls and women start up and excel as entrepreneurs.
Thank you, Veronica,
Thank you.
for that comprehensive outline of things that we can do or strategies that we can put in place for developing young women-owned and run businesses. Muntanga, you come from the Association of Manufacturers. How have you as an institution managed to bring people like Monica, who was in this seat earlier on, to build resilient, growing industries through advocacy and policy? What have you done to help them or to push women, especially, to take up in enterprise running in the sectors that you oversee?
Thank you very much for that. My name is Muntanga. You can see from the program. You asked us to introduce ourselves, right?
Yes, please.
And I'm the CEO of the Zambia Association of Manufacturers. We represent a wide array of manufacturers, and we're always looking out for women. So to answer your question, what we've noticed is that, or let's just put it out there, all women are into some form of value addition, right? And the push for us is to encourage more women to have formalized businesses and not just conduct a hobby, as Mr. Zulu earlier said, because there are many opportunities for growth. Despite the issues that we talked about, access to finance, I think we see more development agencies, we see government having policies that are encouraging women to participate in the economic development of our country. And as an association, we tap into that by bringing awareness. Awareness comes at different levels. And on an annual basis, we gather in a room like this, call women from all sectors, whichever level of business that you are at, whether you are a micro, medium, and even those who are in large companies, just to encourage networking. Because if you look at the statistics of even our country, 50% of which 1% are women, then it means we should be in the forefront of driving our economy. So we try to tap into that by encouraging women to take up more opportunities. We have seen how the same elephant in the room we talked about, access to finance, opportunities require that you are compliant to a certain level, right? There are so many barriers, so many things that are required for a business to run. We have conducted trainings that have encouraged awareness on, say, environmental practices. Because every business nowadays, like it or not, for you to go to the next level, and even for Monica, if she was still here, she would tell you that for her business to access other opportunities, she's had to look at how her business is impacting the environment and how she is responding, for example. So it goes beyond finance, but it goes into what practices do you have in your small business. Yes, it started in a kitchen, it expanded to your community, or you want to expand to Lusaka, go to other provinces, and even export to the neighboring countries. But it takes a lot, and awareness is what we bring in different forms. So every platform that we have, whether it is a conference or like last year, we had a program where we gathered about 80 women to visit factories just to demystify this whole manufacturing process and say, look, you can also do it. You can expand your business to a point like Monica. We actually visited Monica's factory for people to understand that what Monica is doing, she started from somewhere and she's going into the M phase now, and she started where she was, and you too can do that. We also expose women to people like Mrs. Silva Banda, who's running Silva Foods, just to demystify that whole process, because Mrs. Banda has won a lot of awards, and we wanted her to speak to the women and get them to understand how she got to where she was and how she did a step-by-step process. It wasn't magic, but it was through networking, it was through talking to different financiers, different opportunities. Not everything worked out at the same time, but through those interactions, we have seen women who have come a year later to our annual conference come and testify of the linkages, the business linkages that have taken place. So I can go on and on about what we do, but I think there's plenty.
Thank you so much. Just as we transition, I'll ask that the audience prepare your questions, get them ready. Sooner or later, you'll also be able to ask the panelists your burning issues or questions. We'll try to open it early so that you don't get to sleep over lunch. Yeah? Just Mr. Mwewa from the Zambia Institute of Marketing. She's talked about peer learning, networking, and advocacy. What are you as an institute doing or helping women do in terms of leveraging technology into their businesses? And with that, what are the responsibilities that your institution and others similar to yours have to promote women businesses going forward?
Okay, thank you so much. It's a bit of a heavy loaded question, but before maybe I can tackle the question, allow me just to be able to appreciate the opportunity to come and share and just be able to share what it is that we're doing. I'm the president of the Zambia Institute of Marketing, as you rightly said. ZIM is established by an act of parliament to regulate the practice of marketing in this country. But my background is I've got over 20 years of experience in the banking space, and I think perhaps I can maybe just add one or two comments to the earlier conversation, if you allow me. By observation, and ladies, you should be proud of this. Statistically speaking, ladies have been known to be good payers of loans. So when you're having this conversation around loan access to finance, statistically, it has actually been proven, and that is those results are actually there, that women are 80% more likely to pay their loans than men are likely to pay their loans. So whereas you're looking at access to finance being an impediment, I think you should know that you're in a better position in the sense that the other gender that is actually given the facility over you has a higher probability of default. And in your case, it's exactly the opposite. So I guess this is something that you need to be able to look at as an opportunity. Is it Angela Chilekwa? Angela, I think there was a question around what is it that I should be able to anticipate. Just anticipate the fact that you will not have all the facts that you need to get into a business. And there will be a lot of surprises. And I'm glad that I think earlier on Monica alluded to the fact that you must be flexible to change. So there may be a time when you need to be able to course correct. You're moving in this particular direction, and then the headwinds are actually up against you. So at that particular stage, you may need to course correct, take a different course, only in the interest of being able to safeguard your business. So we will not be able to provide all the answers that you require in an environment such as this one. But I think what is key is for you to be flexible and be agile enough that you can be able to change the direction of your business. Ultimately, as you heard, 5% of the businesses or startups end up being able to meet the 5th year, the 6th year, and the 10th year. You want to be able to be one of those businesses, or to be the driver of that business that ends up being 10, 12 years, as Monica alluded to earlier. And to be able to do that, you must have the flexibility to be able to navigate and change. One of the things that probably you may need to take into consideration is take care of your governance. And this is not just for Angela and co, but pretty much everyone. Like I said, as a banker, when there's an assessment being done, the first thing you look at is what is the governance of this organization. If I'm looking at a bank or an institution that has applied for a facility and I'm looking at the people who are involved in that organization, the daughter, the mother, the father, and everyone else, ultimately that's a closed unit, and people will be reluctant even to be able to extend the facility. My advice is be a little bit more outward looking. Have a board constituted. That is the starting point in terms of governance. Make sure you have a board, have an advisory unit, people who can be there to be able to provide you with the support or the advice that you may require, so that you do not make wrong decisions. Because more often than not, we tend to get attached to these entities that we establish, that we allow emotions to have the best of us. And with emotions coming in, rationality goes out of the window. So you end up making the wrong decisions half the time. So to be able to avoid that, be held accountable to a board. And by that, I mean establish a board in your organization. And you should not be the chairperson of the board. Identify somebody with the expertise they're bringing to the table who is going to lead that particular board. Having said that, the question you've asked is a very pertinent question. As an institute, what is it that we're doing to ensure that we support women? As an institute, we have, we started Women in Marketing, like most of the professional bodies. The whole idea of Women in Marketing is to be able to create a platform for women to be able to showcase themselves and to do things that are pertinent to women. more often than not, you find that the angle that a woman brings to the table is totally different from what I'll be able to bring with my masculinity. But a woman is able to do things differently. So one of the things that we do as an institute is to create a platform where women are able to do things as they ought to be, to be done. There's an aspect of networking which was talked about much earlier, and that pretty much everyone, and I listened to when a doc requested to, for us to be able to share what are our expectations, and what the key expectation I listened to was around networking. So one of the things that we thrive on as Zambia Institute of Marketing is to create a platform for our members to be able to network. And network is not just for the sake of networking. Networking is for the sake of being able to draw value. An event like this particular one, look at the wealth of knowledge that this platform is bringing. Collectively, we have over 1,000 years of experience in here, which would be very hard to be able to obtain if you wanted to attack one person at a time. So as an institute, we create a platform where our marketers are given an opportunity. We bring in speakers from both local as well as international. I was in Mombasa 3-4 weeks ago. I was speaking at an international conference. We brought in people who came in from Asia, the United States, Europe, from all over the world. Those are coming in the same platform. The father of marketing, Philip Kotler. You can't get that, trying to get access to such a person is a very hard thing. But then a platform is given, is presented where you're able to have access to that repository of knowledge. So as an institute, we pride ourselves in being able to create a platform through which our women folk can be able to learn and interact as marketers. But I think also we've created, with this advent of technology, the aspect of artificial intelligence, for example, we're driving that aggressively as a profession, being mindful that AI is both disruptive to our industry, but at the same time it is a complement to our industry. So what we're trying to do is to get our members to assimilate the complementary aspect of artificial intelligence. So we do create that platform where our female or women professionals or marketers are able to leverage on that and being able to take advantage of that in terms of skilling themselves and getting them to the next level.
Well explained. Thank you so much. Sorry for that. It's well explained, and just to pick from where one of, I think, members of the audience, where they asked, where should we go? How open are your institutions, especially the Zambia Marketing of Institution and the Association for Manufacturers? How open are they for these young people that are looking for mentorship, they're looking for networking, for the religious? How are they open? Are they open? Are they free? Do they need to pay something to be there for them to be able to network? Because that will speak for accessibility to these offerings that you have in terms of partnerships and networking.
I'll go first. We are very open. Richard, stand up. I brought a gentleman with me. He's our communications lead, but he's also into onboarding members. So talk to me, talk to him. I wish I could bring the other secretariat to speak with you and listen to your needs. It's not free. You pay an annual subscription. For small businesses, smallest businesses, is about 1,500 kwacha per year. Very, very good rate, right? But then for big companies, it goes all the way maybe to 20,000. It depends on the size of the business, the number of employees that you have. But we also have a free platform. The women's group that I'm talking about, we have a whole WhatsApp group of women that are interacting and sharing ideas, which was formed through one of these conferences that we had. And the women there said, we are not going anywhere. The conference is over, but we want to continue interacting. And we have continued sharing opportunities there. And there are many times when we have engagements where we call different business people to come through and get information, because there's also a push from our partners to get more women involved. So even for every engagement we have, we're always counting how many women-led businesses are there and who can mentor who. Just 2 weeks ago, we ran 2 workshops where we were encouraging not just women, but businesses that were ready to export but didn't know how. There was someone earlier who said they want to export to Kenya. In those 3 days workshop, we went into the granular details of what it takes to export, even to the Congo, even to the informal Kasumbalesa, what is required. And a lot of them that interacted were saying, well, I've been doing things wrongly. No wonder I cannot grow. But with the information that we armed them with support from several institutions that we are working with, they were now able to see how they can expand into the region. So when you do things right and in a coordinated way, the opportunities are out there, they are open. So for members of our institution, we don't charge for these trainings, but we partner with those who support us into bringing the information. So whereas some would pay for some of those services, if you are a member of the association, the thing is we are approached by different institutions that want access to who the manufacturers are, who is in value addition, and they come constantly wanting access to our database. And when we're asked the question, for example, who is in textiles and who is exporting, maybe USAID wants to award such a one and they want that data. We look around from within our network before we look outside, but we come across very few, unfortunately, who we can choose from. And then you find that maybe the same people are the ones who are getting opportunities. So, sorry, I'm going beyond your question, but I just have a lot to say.
All right. So it just means get involved, get acquainted with the different associations and the offerings. Mwewa, please, you may add.
Yes, we do provide a mentorship, and I've been involved with youth mentoring for quite some time, for over 12 years. I was going to ask Lucy to stand at the back, but I'm sure, please, Organic Essentials at the back there. That is one of my mentees. She's waving. She's producing a world-class product which is ready for the world, and just yesterday we had a debriefing session, and we continue having these sessions. But I think beyond that personal level, that's out of my passion. As a professional body, the Zambia Institute of Marketing continues to provide mentorship to the youth. We provide, of course, we're agnostic of gender when it comes to the aspect of mentorship, and therefore, please feel free, both male and female, feel free to be able to access those facilities. We are there to be able to provide the support that we can be able to provide. And the proviso is, if you look at any developed nation, they've developed because there was an SME that developed. Ultimately, when the SMEs develop, the whole country develops. So if this country is going to develop, if the continent is going to develop, it's absolutely critical that we have more entrepreneurial people who are ready and who will be able to reach out and want to be able to conquer the 1.5 billion population in Africa. Because Africa represents a population of 1.5 billion. And we should stop looking at ourselves as a country, but look at ourselves as a continent. With all that, I believe it gives us the critical mass. If you started and you targeted a bigger market like that, I don't see any reason why the next billionaire should not be coming from the continent, and certainly from the ladies in this place. Thank you.
We look forward to the women billionaires in Zambia. And with that, for those that have questions, please, you may raise your hand so that we see you. You have seen the panelists have got a lot to say. So if you let us just be, we can talk here all day, because I have, I think, different radio stations here. So to just move it along, let's have the young lady over there. Yes, where you are. Yes.
Hello, my name is Ruth Ngoma, the co-founder of the Zambia Food Bank. But aside that, I did science laboratory technology, but I'm into entrepreneurship. And one of the things that I'm actually interested in is marketing. And not that I'm trained for marketing, but So not that I'm trained in marketing at a college or a university, but this is a skill that I developed through social media, using YouTube, LinkedIn, and learning this skill of marketing. But as such a person without the qualification of, in the sector of marketing, do you have space to be mentored as such a person in case maybe I'd like to actually grow in my marketing skill, or even volunteer at the Zambia marketing agency?
Angela? Raise your hand.
So I'm known. Thank you. So my question specifically is for Mr. Mwewa again, and I'd also like to thank the panelists for, once again, such amazing insights. You spoke briefly about networking events, and I would like to just dig in a little bit about doing a bit of a comparison between physical networking events and virtual networking events. Because we speak about digital transformation and all of that in all spaces, you know, in all industries. How would you move into starting a virtual networking event in many types of industries? I think that's something I'd love to hear some insight on from you. Thank you.
For now, we'll have those two. I think Mr. Vesa, they are targeted on you. She's also a marketer. Okay, so she can chip in, pick it up, and we can have insights from Muntanga also.
Okay, thank you so much. Can you be mentored? Yes, that's Ruth Ngoma. Yes, we can provide the support that you may require, and but also just a caution. Zim is Zambia Institute of Marketing is a profession. You found yourself in that space. We do have associate members who are affiliated to marketing, but not necessarily members of the institute. If you have found comfort in that particular space, my advice to you is don't you regularize that and become a member of the Zambia Institute of Marketing. And again, there's a category for you to be able to, which you can be able to latch onto. That is an associate member of the Zambia Institute of Marketing. We've seen a lot of people, I build this, I do this, social media and all that. That's all speaks with marketing. It only gives you the comfort to ensure that you are an integral part of that particular profession. So I'd encourage you to take advantage of that. Angela, yes. We do have both virtual as well as physical networking opportunities. Again, if you subscribe to, just go to the Zim Facebook page and all that, you can actually follow up some of these activities as and when they take place. And in any case, any physical engagement that we have has also a social component as well. We usually have our annual conferences in Livingstone. There is participation by physical attendance, but there is also the virtual aspect of it. So literally every engagement that we have has a virtual aspect. Like I said earlier, technology is quite disruptive. How do we leverage on that disruption to make sure that it works to our advantage? So yes, there are those opportunities for both physical as well as you want clarity. Usually it's a subject. If I'm presenting on a subject of interest to you, and it is of interest to you, my expectation is that you stay put until the end of the program. But if it's something that is of no interest to you, probably click and move out. So it's usually the speakers that will be doing the presentation as well as the subject of discussion. If it is something that is pertinent to you, my expectation is that you sit through the entire presentation without moving. I talked of the event we had in Mombasa not too long ago, cutting across different parts of the world, different continents. You had people coming in, what may look as your 17 hours to you, it's 01 somewhere else in the world, but they sat through those presentations because they saw value in those presentations.
On our side, when it comes to marketing, there are times when we have created platforms, the webinar, some of them physical, where we specifically talk about packaging. Someone talked about packaging earlier and how that can be a differentiator between whether you get ahead or not. So there are many institutions that we partner with. I can give an example of a project that many people may not know about because they are not out there. USID buy-in project. You may know USID, but there's a small project that looks into things like packaging for the purposes of improving where you stand in terms of how people look at your product, both in country and in the region. So we have found that branding, marketing are really important. You may have a good product. Maybe you are making jam or sauces, very delicious, but the way you package, bring it out, even market it, will be a differentiating factor. So we have those, and most of our members are SMEs, by the way. So we find ourselves doing a lot of hand-holding because we want them to graduate from being SMEs and compete with the larger companies. And we have plenty of examples of those that have received, say, impact investments that have taken them to the next level, or because they changed something about what they are producing or how they are selling, who they are connecting to. And branding and marketing indeed plays a huge role. But let me not say too much. The president of marketing is here. I might make a mistake.
All right, just to bring along, Veronica, you are a business owner and also a mother. Sunny in the morning mentioned about the balance, the work-life balance. From your experience, how have you navigated this? Just sharing with the audience here, how have you managed to run a famous school in this part of the country or of the world, and also being a mother at the same time? How have you managed that? What are the strategies that you have used that our young entrepreneurs here can be able to pick up from your experience? Thank you.
Thank you. Work-life balance refers to the way the woman entrepreneur is able to balance the time and the energy that she applies to her business, to her family life, and even to her own personal life. The time and the energy that she uses in applying to her business, to her personal life, and to managing her family. As women, we find that we are multifaceted. We already heard from the keynote speaker that balancing work and life, balancing work and life should be done in such a way that you do not remain mediocre. You should not put it 70-30. Work 70 and then perhaps family life at 30, because then still you achieve nothing. Or even if you put it at 50 and 50, that is still not good enough. Remain mediocre. Our businesses must excel. So how then do we balance this work life and still remain stress-free and excel at the same time? The keynote speaker did mention that you'd have most of the time to put extra time and extra energy. Instead of working at 100%, take it to 150 or 200% in order for you to excel in business. But at the end of the day, it becomes very, very stressful. And yet our businesses must thrive, must excel. As an entrepreneur, as business women, there are many strategies that we can employ and excel in life as mothers, as women in our own right, and as business women at the same time. In our African cultural context, you'll find that there are a lot of expectations, of course, as a mother, as earlier on mentioned by our keynote speaker. But in order to be able to excel and grow our businesses, and at the same time be good mothers and housewives, you'll find that there are strategies that we can harness, include, for example, embracing a sense of priority and planning in managing the multiple tasks without stress. One needs a sense of priority, learn to prioritize one's tasks and plan them, be it daily, fortnightly, or monthly. Try as much as possible to stick to the plan. Prioritize planning, and the implementation only works best where there is good management. Therefore, women entrepreneurs must equally endeavor to harness good time management skills so that time wastage is avoided. At the same time, as wasted time often leads into panicking, and panicking leads to stress. Stress has multiplier effects of making you reducing one's productivity. One way of managing your time well would be to always make sure you wake up early. Wake up as early as possible so that you are able to accomplish as many tasks as possible. Embrace the skill of delegation. Trust in the skills and the intellectual capacity of other professionals in managing your business. Use other skilled personnel and subordinates to handle tasks in your business on your behalf. This will often call for recruiting professionals, investing in the recruitment of professionals, and getting away from the family business syndrome, which often stifles delegation. When you delegate, then you get away from being a jack of all trades, which often is not good for your business. Know your business as you delegate it. As the CEO or the torch bearer of your business, know the critical areas of your business so that even as you delegate, these critical areas should be the key areas which will form key areas for follow-up. You cannot delegate what you yourself as the leader in the business does not know much about how it operates. While delegating, design clear and specific job descriptions to which people can be held accountable. This will have spillover effects of efficiency, which will not only yield growth in business, but also free your time away from the business into other equally important and demanding areas of life, and at the same time achieve the excellence. Embrace the spirit of teamwork, which enables them to depend on others for what they struggle to do themselves. The female or the woman entrepreneur should embrace the spirit of teamwork. Teamwork means we are not always good in everything, but when you embrace the spirit of teamwork, it means that those who are experts in other areas should be able to do it on your behalf. Motivate your workers so that they have a sense of belonging to the business, which promotes work satisfaction and improves on individual and collective productivity, which has ripple effects on the growth of one's business. Ensure strict separation of the two roles. official duties from family duties. Our women are encouraged that home chores and office duties need to be managed properly so that none of the two consumes the time meant for the other. This all still starts with strategic planning skills, which enable one to set aside time for each of the roles. Get rid of time-wasting tendencies, such as browsing social media during work hours, which may delay work completion, bring in panic, and stress-related issues. I think that is all I have to say.
Thank you so much for that. I think we have heard on how, yes please, we have heard on how we can be able to strike a balance. It starts with planning, identifying that you cannot do all things, and that teamwork is part of your growth. You cannot grow just by doing things yourself. Even as we come to the close of this session, if there are any other questions on the floor, I can take two more.
Good afternoon. My name's Angela Sipomonde. I'm from Kwacha Cash Connections. So we deal in order finance, invoice discounting, and SME loans. So just a question to the panelists. Are there any platforms that are available for an institution like mine that we can ride on?
Thank you. Ruth? Just the first one. Ruth, right in front of you.
Okay, so it's not a question. I wanted to add to her is it Angela's question?
Yes, please.
Okay, so she was asking about the physical and the
virtual
networking. So I think this is something maybe most of us need to ride on. One thing we need to understand when we are networking, especially online, not just for events, how you approach someone matters. How you text them really matters. Because I'll have someone who's going to text me, hi, hello, and they expect me to text them, hi, hello, and then I have to wait for the next feedback. When it comes to networking, I think this is one thing that each and every person, especially for entrepreneurs, needs to understand. When you're writing a message to someone that you need to clarify why you're texting them, because not everyone has the time to read hi, hello messages, not until they get to the conclusion of why you're texting them.
Thank you so much. That's time wasting, and I think Madam Veronica alluded to that you have to be quick to your point. Hi, hello, I want to get this out of this reach out. We have got the last one before the panel response to another Angela.
Good afternoon. My name is Ayondo Tembo. I'm an accountant at Amazon Associates Chartered Accountants. My question is for Ms. Veronica. I think one of the essential things for an SME to establish their business is that they need a team. And setting up a team, finding the right people with the right skills to help you actualize that vision can be a bit hard. So my question to you is, how do you get your employees or the potential employees that you have to buy into your vision as an entrepreneur? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think we will begin with Madam Veronica, just the last question, and then from there, either of the two panelists can take on Angela's question, and then a few remarks as we close.
Can you repeat the question? Repeat again. Could you repeat the question?
My question was, how do you get your employees to buy into your vision as an entrepreneur, seeing that you cannot attain your vision alone? You need a team of people who will be able to support you through that journey. So how do you get your employees to actually just buy into that vision and just be of support?
it starts with the way you talk to them. Hold workshops. Let them know what you expect, how you think it should be done. And they should be able to buy into it. Motivate them. Make them your team. Like I say, work together with them and motivate them. Make them know what your expectations are. And it should work out.
Muntanga, if you may add.
Hello? I'll try and take that. Is it Angela?
Yes, it's
question?
Angela.
The other Angela. Angela number, don't know, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, you know, associations, we create a platform for networking. We keep using this word networking. But we always encourage people to be intentional, because from where we are sitting, we see a lot of opportunities, potential business linkages, some that we will never know about. We hear about them maybe 2, 3 years later. And also, we have an obligation to share when there's an opportunity that we see will benefit some of the members. It's maybe a solution they've been looking for. We share across, but we do not just restrict to one solution. There are several. So I was going to bring this in my closing remarks, but I'll bring it now, where I would encourage everyone to be intentional. You reach out, and as someone has said before, be able to reach out, and the way you package what you are selling matters. The first cut is the deepest. So yes, these platforms can work for you, and whenever there's an opportunity, we can help, because we're interested in business linkages. But what we cannot do is get one solution and just market it on its own, independent. We are a platform that is multifaceted, and you never know who will need what you are looking for, which is why for us we are open to having membership even from non-manufacturers. We have those who want to tap in, maybe they are in logistics or financial solutions, or they are providing a service that is not necessarily manufacturing. They have still been part of what we are doing, simply because they want to tap into the different businesses that are there, and they want to be part of a value chain, because in any business, in any process, you are part of a larger value chain, and you have to then be intentional. Our job is to provide the platform and see who you can be linked to. So there are many possibilities, and yes, to answer the simple question is yes.
Thank you so much. Just quickly, Mr. Vesa, under 30 seconds. You can see everyone is looking at me and say, we are hungry. Just to close, 30 seconds, and then of course, Madam Veronica also will give us 30 seconds of closing remarks, and then we'll wrap this up.
Okay. Thank you so much. It's commonly said that your network is your net worth. If you're going to increase your value, it's important that you try and engage and relate with people. And network is a backbone through which you'll be able to accelerate and even take your business to the next level. So I encourage you to continue networking. Even on the sidelines of this conference, make sure that you start interacting with people. Have those conversations. Get the business cards. Don't throw them. Make sure that you get value out of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Veronica?
I believe that most of us here are here as women entrepreneurs. My take is that as you conduct your businesses, for purposes of perpetuity of your businesses, let's embrace the younger generation. Let's teach them the nitty-gritties of our businesses. Let's train them to acquire the necessary skills to take over those businesses from us, so that as we retire, we comfortably retire knowing that we are handing over our businesses into the right hands. Thank you.
Thank you so much to the panel. Just as